And we're back. Zero time. Thank you so much for the 18 months. Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We're back from dinner. Back to this game. It's gonna be a grind, man. A little bit at a time. Maybe we'll. I think I really need to try to create a Digimon combination with Metal Greymon just to see what level they can go to, but there's be so much grinding just to get it to. Like, I'm sure it's got to be at least the same as Metal Greymon, if not higher. It's going to take so long to try to get like low level things up to a decent level. Just having to go through so many generations. It's going to be horrible. But we'll keep going. Eventually, we'll get a good Digimon. All right, let's get back into. Where are we going now? The modem. Heading to the modem, which seems to be it's basically filled with data types. Which we don't really have any way of capturing data types, or really any other type other than the vaccine type. That's the problem right now. Is all we have is vaccine types. I think we need to start like, mixing up the the types so we can get some new Digimon. But even if we somehow get some of these to champion or to ultimate level, that's going to help a lot. A little better time. So I think we have, let's see. So we have, was it? Wait. Which one am I using right now? Digimon. Is this the right save? 1 second. Doesn't feel like it's the right save here. Did I load the wrong save? I think I loaded the wrong save. I don't remember. I didn't still have Caputera on, did I? No, this is definitely the wrong save. Let me double check here. Reload. It's back in Zero Dice swinging boobies, yep. Swing those things. Swing your arms from side to side. She's doing the Mario. Except, she's not using her arms. I did save right before leaving, I hope. Must have chosen the wrong one. Because we definitely combined. I definitely had another. Yeah, I think I loaded this one accidentally. This one. It's like these were the Digimon I had when I left. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, we got this Tortamon. So Tortamon, I had combined a level 15 with a level 14. So my guess is this one's going to get to around level 17. Because last time 2 13s gave us the level 15. So if we get the level 17 and then we combine it with, I don't know, whatever else, we'll get a level 19. So probably 2 more generations before we can get this one to the ultimate status. Unless we find... If let's say we capture some of those level 11 ones in the wild. If we capture one of those, I imagine they have, like, their level cap is higher. Because when we capture level 1, it seems to go around to level 13 or so. I captured level 3 or maybe a level 2. I end up being around level 14. So maybe it's around 11 levels higher than their starting level. So kind of, whenever you capture them, maybe it's a rank higher. So maybe catching a level 11 would be a good start. So capture one of those Unicornmon things. Let's go through this dungeon first and we'll worry about that. Because, I mean, even if it would probably suck since it wouldn't have any abilities, it would be a good kind of base to throw our cart one on, like our good one on, in order to get to ultimate status without going through like 5 generations. But I'll have to try that out. But if I get the... yeah, you know what, let's try going and get that unicorn one. We should be able to get to, like, this level 5 they were showing up in. I tried 2 CD players and wasn't enough last time, so let's bring at least 3, maybe 4, just to make absolutely sure we capture it. We need the C rank items. I'm sure those will unlock at some point. Assuming they even give you a C rank gift stuff here. I think I already have some in the bank as well, so... let's see, we won't need... well, definitely don't need to see all these HP drivers, not in that dungeon. Next one, EP pack. I won't even bother with this for now until we start getting to dungeons that have like way more levels. Because our battery seems to be good for now. And if the levels, if each area seems to have 1 extra level than the previous one, it'll be a bit before we get to a dungeon that has more levels than can handle with our current battery, much less they start giving us new batteries. This Macho one I won't need in this dungeon. Water arrow won't need until we get a Z cannon. We need at least 1 missile to get through. One of those floors had a missile in the way. Let's get 1 more of these. Oh, Wolf. Well, I came back. I was hey Madrino. I took a dinner break there with the nephew a little bit. Now we're back to do some more grinding because this one's gonna be a long one. So try to get in as much as I can on my days off. The joys. It's warm right now. Got the sun setting on this side of the house. There we go. It's 4 CD players. That's not enough to capture that unicorn one. I need to see what the top level of the unicorn one is. If it gets to level 20, 21, then that's perfect. We can use that as a... we can probably use that with Metal Greymon and make like a... you know, a decent champion that'll level up. Or maybe even just use it as a base. Because going through like small little generation at a time is going to take too long. Do we have enough room? I'm sure I left some room here. 4. We have room for 5, right? Yeah. Gotta make sure I leave at least 1 space here. Last thing I want to do is throw a whole bunch of CD players, go all the way up there, throw a bunch of CD players, and have it say that we don't have enough space. Like when I wasted that 1 toy airplane, just slap in the face. I wonder if there's anybody else that will give me a toy airplane at this point. Probably not. Can be the Coliseum. I could probably handle the next tier of Coliseum. Shouldn't have to fight anything, just to make it faster so we can get up to the right floor. Like our guys currently need experience. Well, I guess the Tortamon. No, level 12. Yeah, we got our Digimon. Digimon is, yeah, he's a fresh one, so he's probably going to be... I forget what the Clear Agumon started as. We'll probably find out, actually. Once we go to that floor, I'll check, see what the Clear Agumons are. That'll give us a good idea, too, of the expected level. Make it out of there. Just... Okay. So if it's like 11 levels from his starting level, then that is a pretty good baseline. If it's not, it might be some random. Treasure. Toy car. I mean, that's like a D rank capture anything. You need like a multiple number of toy cars to even capture something. Even like a crappy one, I think. Because even like the CD player, which is CD player is no, sorry, the toy car is E ranked. CD player is D rank. And even the CD player, you have to throw like 2 or 3 on an enemy to capture it. Probably 4 for the unicorn mon thing. Strong carapace. Oh yeah, I forgot to check see if I can reorder those in the menus. I doubt it, but... Oh, Digimon gets... No, I was gonna say, I thought... We never actually fought Digimon. We encountered one in the wild, but not didn't actually fight it. Here's what he gets when he ranks up. I know, right? That angel, like, Angel's definitely not. He's not a cherub, anyways. He's lifting those clouds himself up there. We're doing more damage. Well, I guess these are like super weak. I don't know how the heck he sees in that helmet though. This is like a Geordie LaForge style visor. He's blind since birth. He's the shirt in his pants. Damn it. Either I step on the mine or break through this thing. So we're breaking through this thing. 600 bucks. There's no point in fighting this stuff. This is only one dude. Harpoon torpedo. Does he have like 4 or 3 sets of wings? Those muscles must be hard to lift. That's why he's so buff. I mean, anytime he flies, he's like completely working out every muscle in his body. Yeah, this game hates wireframe. Anytime there's anything wireframe on the screen, it just chugs. Anything else, it's fine. It's just the wireframes for some weird reason. And... well, I mean, if he flies everywhere, yeah. I mean, that would make sense. That's another one I didn't capture yet, is the bird thing. That might turn into something good. None of the ones we tried combining ever give us the option of getting a bird. Huh. Oh, I don't have room for 2 things, so... I created that seal thing, which turned into this turtle, of all things. our turtle, who's actually the fastest character in our party. Tortoise, I guess. Xanth! Thanks to the raid. Welcome, raiders, to Digimon. Digimon the Grind. Part 3. Let's go on, Xanth. What are you playing today? Something better than this, I hope? I mean, this game's not bad, it's just... oh man. This is gonna be a slog and a half. Play Diver? Nice. Seen some gameplay of that. It looks brutally hard. It wouldn't be my kind of game. Get my ass handed to me in that game. So debatable. Well, it looks like a good game. It looks brutally hard, but it looks like it's a good game. This one is just... this one's not exactly hard, it's just so slow. Channel points redemption's nice. It's a good way of doing channel points. Electroshocker. Oh, I got that back. Oh. These Elvin's Indie Heat. And some Yume Penguin Monotagari. I'm gonna sounds familiar. Is that like a puzzle game, or am I thinking of something different? Disc. When you have to, like, it's kind of like a sliding puzzle kind of thing. The terrible fat shaming game. Totally not the same thing I was thinking then. Look it up now. Yeah, totally not the one I was thinking about. It does look adorable, though. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Quest of a penguin to platform through levels while avoiding fattening foods like apples and water. Yeah, that fattening water, man. Who can't drink too much of that stuff. It's gonna bloat up. Look like a balloon. Can we tell our angel gets a new ability here? It's something useful. I'm betting the angel's gonna get like another heal or something. He'll be a good healer, but it's gonna suck for damage output. I don't really need a healer in this point of the game. Fun speedrun? Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Looks cute. I love the twitch they do whenever they die. Now this game would be one that would not be fun to speedrun. This would be the horrible speedrun. Oh man. Especially how slow it runs. I mean, ugh. They had to use the high resolution mode for the combat, which just bogs everything down. The combat is just so slow because of it. It's like right there. Fine, we'll fight you. Fight the penguin. Yeah, 17 and a half hours of it. RPG speedruns are never fast, but I imagine there's probably a lot of room for improvement on that too. Considering, you know, the random generation of the dungeons, so if you get bad RNG, well, you'll have to fight through enemies. I mean, you can run away, I guess. That's one thing I haven't really been doing, is running away. I wonder how easy it is to run away. Yeah, let's try it. I don't know if you lose anything. I never run away from battles in RPGs, but I guess with their low-level battles. It's only 4 people, yeah. I mean, unless it's a very popular RPG, generally you're not going to have too many people speedrunning it. Because, yeah. There's a dude right there, and there's a chest. It's going to cost me $600 to get that chest. Nah. Tech's enjoying the emotes. Okay, so let's see here. So, our clear Agumon was level 4. So we'll see if my hunch is right. Then my Digimon should get to level 15. I sat down and played this game for 30 hours straight. Ah, that sucks. That's dedication, but I could barely handle 10 hours of this game. I usually do long play sessions, and 10 hours of this game is just brutal. 30 hours, oh man. I mean, not only that, like, in order to speedrun a game, obviously you probably had to play quite a bit of it, so how many hours did they log into the game before they even, you know, went for the speedrun? Just one of those, oh, should have gone too close. They were too close, yeah. I need to, okay. To throw a bunch of these at it. Man, you didn't get like one heart. Like a small heart. Luckily this Unimon seems to be slow, so give me a chance to throw more stuff at it. Hope this gets it a medium heart. Let's hope he joins us after this. Yeah, just for good measure, let's throw this toy car at it. Well, I don't know about that long. It depends a lot on how much grinding is required to get to like a decent Digimon, right? Like once I get like a Mega Digimon, at that point, I don't think I might, you know, Digivolve it with some other ones just to kind of combine them if I get a bunch. But it's probably going to take me a while just to get my first Mega. That's going to be the problem. These Digipoints, Digivolution points or whatever, which probably make stronger ones if you keep breeding them together, but alright, we kill that unicorn second, and hope it joins me. For those who need to bring in more CD players. Just twin torpedo and toy plane. It just struggles with those wireframes. Hey, Deluxe. Has pace picked up? No. If anything, it's slowed down. That angel totally looks like RoboCop. It's like RoboCop went to heaven. That's him right there. Yeah, I was not a fan of the Tamagotchi aspects of the first game, so I mean, this one's going to be very grindy. Which, I mean, I don't know. Depends if you like, you know, grind. Basically, both games are a grind. First game, you're grinding in the gym, try to get your Digimon strong enough to be able to to do a rank change before they die. And this one here, you're just grinding fight after fight to level them up and to breed them. You're constantly just using your Digimon as breeding stock. So, I don't know. The dungeons obviously are way worse than this one. It's just randomly generated dungeons. So it's kind of very dull, basically non-existent design. Versus one at least had, you know, some sort of dungeon layout. So there's definitely pros and cons on both. Like this one would be like 10 times better if the combat wasn't this slow. The combat was like way more streamlined, this would be so much better, but like I imagine the speedrun, like obviously they'd be dodging fights, they'd be running away from fights as much as they could. But I imagine even any sort of battles they weren't able to bypass, they're probably still taking a good 20-30 seconds every time they do a battle just to escape from it. Fist of Fate. Well, sounds cool. Sounds like an attack at least. It's your time. Where are you putting that? Oh, nice. Yes, we got it. Sweet. Alright. So now the big question is what level this thing's gonna go. So Ancient One should go at least 17 if my calculations are right. Maybe we don't really have a big sample size yet, but Unimon. So Unimon starts at level 11. So hopefully it can go to at least, even if it's like level 20, like maybe even not even like necessarily a ultimate class. If it gives it an extra 10 or 11 levels, it'll be able to go to ultimate. Even if it gets like, I don't know, 6 or 7, at least it'll be a decent base to breed with another Digimon. To throw that in the party. I mean, stat-wise, it sucks compared to the rest of our guys. So you can see a pretty big difference between, like, you know, multi-generation, you know, like level 12 here. It's like one level higher than this guy, and he's got like double the stats. Throw Metal Greymon away for now. Digimon, clear out Digimon and Unimon. Alright. So we'll just escape, we'll level them up in the next dungeon. Stop looking at the inside of that COVID mask, of that hazmat suit. How much money do we have now? So at least I'm not finding anything to spend my money on. Saving up money. Alright, should I try... Try the Coliseum again, but that's we're not gonna get XP in the Coliseum anyways, so let's go to the next dungeon. Rem. Isn't there a new season of that series now? I forget the name of the series, but Gotta watch that. You don't know where she's from? What? You don't know Rem? I got to... like, I know the series, I know the characters, I just don't know the damn name of the series. What the hell is it? Yes, RE0, or RE0, whatever, Starting Life in Another World. Yeah, that's the one. However you pronounce the RE. Reply 0, I don't know. I definitely recommend that series, and they just have a new season that just started, I think. Rem is the best girl. Alright. Had to make me go around the stupid mine. I don't need to fight this thing, I can just run away. Not like this thing's gonna give me a lot of XP or anything. Let's try running away. I'm curious to see how hard it is to run away. So far I think we're 3 for 3. It's like the third time I've ran away in this entire game. Brianna Knickerbocker? It's a fantastic name. Evil parents. The Knickerbockers. Don't get your Knickerbockers in a twist. Really? Usual landmine. Oh, come on! 800 damage, wow. What the hell? We need to upgrade our mine detector here. We already have level... Yeah, but level 2. You know what, let's go back. Since our ship is already like halfway dead, and we're just on the second level here. I don't know what kind of traps they're going to throw at us in later levels, but... Talking about traps, actually I need to buy another missile. Just in case. This part is so slow too, like you really need to go talk to her every time. And slowly walk away. There's so many things they could have done just to improve the flow of the game, which would make this game way more bearable. But again, I'm almost positive this game probably was relatively rushed in order to cash in on the Digimon. I don't know if it'd be a craze, but the Digimon popularity at this point, so they just push it out the door as soon as they could. Now, would it have been a good game if they had kept, you know, working on it? Probably not, but it would have been better. This part is super annoying too. If you buy an item in the shop, it should go into your inventory unless your inventory is full. Otherwise, like, it's so annoying having to go and grab it back out. See if there's any of these we can upgrade. Oh, nope, not assemble. So you can't. Once you hit assemble, you gotta go through the whole thing. Not enough to upgrade it again. Does this guy have anything new to say since we unlocked this modem place? Oh, same shit. Can't skip dialogue either. So chosen the other option, but it would have been faster. Alright, let's try this again. Should have hit the mine. Let's just murder it. Murder it with fishes. Yeah, Fist of Fate, what does that do? Throws a light speed punch. I wonder if that actually is like super fast, kind of like a quick attack thing. Let's find out. Their attack. He went first, but maybe because of his speed. 41 damage, man, we murdered Pikachu. What generation is Digimon now? Like 4th generation? I forgot to keep track of how many EPs they have. Screw you, Pikachu. Taking a chance. Oh man, I guess we're still fighting him. Great. You can move now when it's 1 foot away. Harpoon torpedo. Minute back. No XP from these level 1 things. So that's another thing they can improve there, not having this stupid camera scroll thing every time you leave a fight. Add another 5 seconds to the load time, basically. Well, doesn't matter which direction we go, I guess. Do we have any nature-based dudes or darkness-based dudes? Advantage that we can get. It's water type. Snow type. No type. Well, neither helps us. Guess he's water type as well, so. So I don't know what nature type is considered in terms of the attacks. I wonder if lightning is considered nature type. Assuming it boosts the attack of that type. Try to throw shocker and see what happens. Push the freight. Air attack. say Heaven Knocker? Heavenly Knocker? I definitely did decent damage to the crab. Whole 10 XP. It has to move an enemy every time after you move. Just slows down the combat so much. It just slows down the movement. You move, the enemy moves. You move, the enemy moves. You move, the enemy moves. Or at least he's staying on his... Yeah, it seems like if they're on their element, they'll stick on there. Well, it's supposed to be an angel woman. So, once we get that, if we ever get that, it would definitely need to be a Divine Boobies attack. I mean, to be fair though, Angemon probably has bigger breasts than her, I would imagine. He's like built. Okay, so what's in my cloud? Slowly but surely. Treasure. Get the non-treasure. It's fine. No treasure for us. Candlemon. Who else is with them? Team's trying to figure that out. Okay. Floramon. I mean, that seems like a really weird duo. Something flammable and a candle. Yeah, EP is like your fuel or whatever, so you use them every time you move. Right now we've got a pretty good battery, so I'm not too worried about it. There are things that refill your EP, but I imagine later dungeons we're definitely gonna need to keep upgrading our battery, make sure we don't run out. But this game is relatively kind in terms of leaving the dungeon. You can leave at any time by using an autopilot. They'll just like escape the dungeon, go back to town. Obviously you have to restart the dungeon from the beginning again, but yeah, Angemon's got some huge assets. Strong carapace. Robocop is a buff angel. Did that even do any damage? Candle down. Oh, it's very basic. It's like a you know, randomly generated dungeons, which is like the laziest design possible. So it's very much like the Evolution series on Dreamcast. So same kind of idea. You have randomly generated dungeons, but the battles happen in kind of a JRPG fashion. And of course, the battles are slow. It's very grindy. So like overall, it's just I don't know. I mean, it's got cool looking monsters. You know, it's got that. Got some nice detailed renderings, high resolution mode for these battles. So, you know, there's some good stuff about it, but in terms of a game, yeah, it's about the laziest kind of game they could have put together. So they were obviously working on a strict deadline to try to get this game pushed out as soon as they could in order to cash in on Digimon popularity. Because, you know, anytime you have these kind of popular kind of franchises, you gotta strike while the iron's hot, because like next month it could become totally forgotten. So yeah, I've done a lot of breeding. A lot of breeding, digivolving. I think which one? Yeah, Tortamon is like a 3rd generation now, I think. In terms of, like, you know, he's had 2 previous parent generations. He's got a lot of abilities. Angemon is a 2nd generation. No, actually, yeah, Angemon is the brand new one. We didn't even breed this one yet. Unimon we just picked up. I just want to see what level. It started at level 11, so I want to see if my hunch is right and it gets maybe another 10 levels. And of course we have Metal Greymon. We also have Snowagamon, who's maxed out right now. This is level 14, so I need to breed him with something once I max out something else. There's lots of monster breeding in this. So of course there's a lot of grinding. I mean, every time you breed them, they just get like slightly higher level than they were previously, which kind of sucks. That's why I'm hoping this unicorn goes up a pretty decent level, in which case I can breed it with something that's lower level and then get a, you know, a decent Digimon that's much higher level. Not really yet. I've got a couple of, like, I'm kind of keeping track of the parents, their levels, and then, you know, what the level the child is going to be, or the maximum level the child is, or hits, and then I'm going to kind of formulate from that. So I'm kind of I'll figure out a formula. So far, the only concrete one I have is 2 level 13 parents create a child that can go to level 15. And then I combine the level 15 parent with level 14, level 15 and level 14, which is currently Goemon. And if it's plus 2 levels from the highest, or the average, unfortunately 15, 14, I'm assuming in most games, if they average it out, they're usually going to give you the lower amount. So if he hits level 16, then we know it's probably plus 2 from the average. If he hits level 17, it's probably plus 2 from the highest. Or if it's something completely different, then all bets are off at that point. So breeds in this game, yeah, I can imagine. This game would probably be frustrating as hell. Like, it's still early enough in the game that it's hard to know for sure, but I'm definitely taking a lot of notes, so we'll figure it out once we go through a couple generations. It'll become a lot more obvious. Either way, it's kind of I mean, breeding them together is raising their digipoints or whatever. So the higher that is, the better, I would imagine. So either way, we gotta go through a lot of generations, whether we like it or not. All Digimon World games, PS1 do a very poor job. Yeah, I mean that. Again, part of that is probably due to the rush cycle of them. Like this combat, if it would have been streamlined, you know, would have been optimized, this combat would be a lot faster, a lot better. It feels like the game is just not optimized in any way. And of course, you know, the tutorials. I mean, they give you like a kind of tutorial level, sort of, at the beginning, but they really don't tell you much. And they make the Digivolution thing about as vague as possible. The manual is practically useless too. There's literally like one page that even talks about Digivolutions. There's like raising Digimon, so increase Digimon's level, Digimon Digivolution. It's like, well, your experience level increases, you'll be able to Digivolve. It doesn't even say anything about which levels. I mean, you talk to an NPC in game that eventually tells you, yeah, you know, it's like level 11, 21, 31. There's nothing like that in the manual. The DNA Digivolution basically, nothing it really talks about in the DNA Digivolution thing in the manual is that it's going to be like it's going to take the lowest rank of the two parents, and it'd be the rank below that would be what it starts off as. So if you have 2 ultimates, you'll get a champion. If you get 2 champions, you'll get a rookie. If you get an ultimate and champion, you'll get a rookie. I imagine 2 megas will be an ultimate. So that's about all it says in DNA Digivolution. That's pretty much it. It basically doesn't really say anything else. It's just saying that, you know, your Digimon will be stronger. In game, there's a couple of NPCs mention, you know, stuff like those levels that they're required for the ranks, and then the Digivolution points or whatever. That, you know, higher is good, or something will happen if they're a higher level, but you got to figure that out for yourself. You know, it's like such just generic, like, hey, buy the strategy guide because we're not going to tell you anything in game kind of thing. If you want the paper manual, I got the scanned them. I scanned all my manuals, so if you're curious. It doesn't help much though. If Nightbot ever springs up there. Thank you, Nightbot. Really? Okay, that's the weakest trap there. There's a blue one too, that could have hurt. We need a stronger arm, but we already have the best arm we can get for traps. Yeah, the manual is like extremely useless. I'm surprised they don't actually advertise the strategy guide in the manual. I mean, it seems like this game is basically designed to sell you the strategy manual, the strategy guide, but the fact they don't actually advertise it is strange. Hey, Carleos. Music is good. The music is okay, except you're going to be hearing this song a lot. So after you hear it for, you know, next 15 hours, you'll probably change your mind. It gets very repetitive very quickly. And of course the slowdown, whenever there's any sort of wireframe on the screen, the music just slows down. It's clear that the game slows down, but I mean, it's a turn-based RPG, so it doesn't really matter the slowdown. It's just the music makes it clear it does. Well, I hope so. Like the boss battles have their own unique soundtrack. I hope they change up the battle music, so you're not hearing the same battle music throughout the entirety of the game. Hey, New Guard. They're making progress. Slowly but surely getting stronger. We've got a 3-winged angel, buff angel with a pencil. We've got like a cyborg unicorn. Unicorn Pegasus. Or Pegasus that wishes was unicorn. And of course, turtle. Ishike. It's a piece of Digimon World. It's the best piece of Digimon World. Amazingly bad game. It's poorly made for sure. I can see what this game is trying to do. It just does it badly. It's one of those, like, a lot of quality of life stuff could have improved this game drastically. But they went the cheap and easy way. Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like at this point, like how many games had like a large cast of collectible minions, collectible monsters that were fully 3D rendered? You know, like obviously this is a Pokemon quote-unquote clone, but Pokemon-esque style game, but Pokemon is just like 2D flat, non-animated sprites for the most part. With some very light animation, but stuff like Pokemon Crystal. Look at a Palmon. See, I bet you Palmon can turn into that Lilymon we had during the tutorial. But we don't have anything to capture normal types. I'm assuming that's a normal type. Or data type, sorry. Normal. Oh yeah, well that's the thing. Pokemon, at least, they did some effort and make those games good. This game, well... This game, they just brought them out. That's all they did for this one. It's on PS3. So technically, yes, but first-party emulation. But from what I understand from people who played this on original hardware, this slowdown is on the original hardware as well, so it's being emulated correctly. The big upside of the PS3 is because it's constantly going to different resolution modes. In battles, it's high resolution, of course. In normal dungeons, it's not. That would just like absolutely freak out most capture cards. So playing this on real hardware would be a nightmare to stream. Unless you had like a upscaler that didn't, balk at the constant resolution switching. No, they wanted to make money on it, right? I mean, the game was finished. It might not be very, optimized, but it's finished. So, the way they see it, hey, all right, we're ready to launch. It's all about the mighty buck. And let's be honest, like the company that released this at this point, I mean they're probably trying to make as much money as they could before Digimon was kind of like swept under the rug as just another Pokemon clone. Because these kind of games are usually fads. They're around for a little bit of time, and then nobody cares about them anymore. Pokemon is probably the one exception that's been around for a long time, and it's still popular. Yeah, it's like it's weird. It's like how the wireframe. Even when the camera goes behind your Digimon and you see like all the Digimon, so it's got to render all the polygons that it sees. And even the clear Agumon, who's like a see-through, who uses see-through textures, no problem rendering that. It's like here, there's no slowdown at all. Like the music seems to run fine, but as soon as you put wireframes, it's like it just slogs. And wireframes, you think would be easier to render, right? You don't have to do any sort of texturing or anything like that. It's just lines, but. Most likely, instead of actually doing a wireframe, what they're probably doing is basically like textures that just have like a green edge to them or something, like see-through textures. It's a green edge or some weird thing. So it's just like kind of a fake, wireframe style. That's my guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure like most of the 3D models do culling, so you don't render any of the polygons that are not visible on screen. So there's less to render, but of course you have to do textures, right? But it depends. I don't know how the PS1 programming works. If that's, I'm sure the hardware probably does a lot of that work for you, kind of thing. Well, there's probably nothing in the hardware to do like wireframes easily. Like they could have just kept the models there, but I guess problem with keeping the textured models is that with the camera angles, especially if you have like bigger Digimon, I imagine they probably get in the way. So that's why they decided to go with the wireframe style. King Beast Fist. Get our Leomon ability back. Let's check our current levels. If anybody capped, let's hope not. Goemon, level 14, is still going. So Goemon, 16 to 17 would be my guess. I hope I'm wrong. Hopefully it's farther than that. We got to get like 18 or whatever, but Digimon, I'm hoping he gets to like level 21 or something. It'd be amazing if he gets 10 levels. Because he started at level 11 when we caught him. And clear Agumon, most likely. He's gonna level up. So he started off at level 4. So I'm thinking he's gonna get to level 15. Because I'm thinking it's plus 11 from when you get them. Not counting obviously the DNA stuff, but for new ones you capture in the wild, I think it's plus 11. That's what it seemed like it was for the earlier stuff, like level 2 stuff we picked up, ended up being level 13. So. Okay, yeah, I was thinking about that actually. I kept forgetting to do that, to go into the move list and move stuff around. I want to see if that was possible. Thanks for reminding me. So only when they learn a new move, okay. So you can't do it like any other time? That's kind of annoying. Should be able to do that anytime. Stupid. Of course, they're not going to learn any new moves now until, you know, I bring them back to level 1. Yeah, that'd be too easy, but again, it's one of those quality of life things that had they done a little more work on this, they probably would have added at some point, but, you know, probably push this thing out of the door as fast as they could, so that fell by the wayside. This is annoying using the AoE attack. I have to go scroll right down the bottom every time. And I wish you could turn the camera just to see what's in front of you, if there's anything behind this. I mean, I do have a drill, but I prefer not to use it if I don't have to. Especially since most of these things let you kind of walk the long way around. Pack. I think you've heard me at the game. Well, personally, I got a volume slider on my headphones, so I can mute it anytime. You guys are stuck with this awesome music. Yeah, exactly. Especially when you have like multiple like early abilities there. Strong Carapace. Fist of Fate. Fist of Fury. There's a long delay before every animation, so annoying. That right there, I mean, if they would have improved that, that would just improve the game speed by like 50%. Spend so much time just waiting for the actions to go off. Like the superfluous action thing that pops up, or attack thing that pops up, is just pointless. Like, why? Like, just say air attack. I don't need to know that an attack is happening. Like, yeah, the air attack will make it obvious that an attack is happening. Instead, you just get attack, and then you gotta wait 5 seconds, and then they do the ability. Why? Ow. Poison Ivy is pretty strong. I wonder if that poison stays put past the end of the battle. Hope not. Guess we're gonna find out soon. Bonfire. My tortoise is taking a beating. Attack missed. Mana back. You want to play again? Are you sure? The only way I'd play this game again is if I played it on on an emulator with the ability of fast forwarding. Man, this would be so long otherwise. Yeah, don't blame me there. They would make it bearable. Like, see, the combat isn't bad, it's just so slow. Here. It's gonna be a dead end. Let's go south from that. But doesn't PS2 have like a disc, like the PS1 driver or whatever on PS2, I think it has a disc speed thing. I'm kind of curious to see if that would actually make things load faster. I'll have to try it out on my PS2 after the stream. I wanted to try that yesterday and I didn't have a chance. Oh yeah, it sucks that the PS3, PS1 emulation doesn't have that option. I think I remember seeing something like that in PSP as well. I mean, obviously you're not playing the disc on that one; you're playing the digital version. But I mean, there's no option in PS3. PS3 does seem to emulate it better for the most part. Like there's games that it seems like there's less issues on the PS3 than the Vita, or on the than PSP, but there's no disc speed option. Although I'd have to double check the. I mean, it's not in these menus, but I have to check the system menu on the PS3. Maybe there's something there. Yeah, I do remember seeing that. And it's reminding, yeah, I remember last time they're asking for like one Digimon type, which we weren't able to capture because it was like a data type or something for another one. I didn't go back there since then, but yeah. Because it'd be nice to get something other than just vaccine types. That way I can at least do some sort of breeding thing between different types. Right now we're just have a whole lot of vaccine types. Yeah, exactly. Like, it seems like a lot of the slowdown in battle seems to be only when they have to play a voice clip. So what's happening is obviously it's trying to read that portion of the disc. If let's say your attack misses or something like that, it goes a lot faster. But as soon as your attack, is supposed to go off, then the game kind of lags, giving you time to find the voice clip and play it or put it into memory or whatever it has to do. Palmon first when we got poisoned. Oh yeah. Poison did seem to come off after the battle at least. If I had my PS2 hooked up right now to my TV, I could try it out just for the hell of it. Like pop the disc in real quick to my PS2. But too much work. Sure. Adore this game. I mean, this game seems to have a lot of fans, but it seems like a lot of people haven't finished it. A lot of people mention playing it but never beating it, because I imagine this game just becomes so slow, and after 50, 60 plus hours, I'm sure a lot of people just lose interest in it. Yeah, that's what I hear. I don't mind long as it's not boring. Unfortunately, this seems to be one of those long and boring ones, just the way the combat works. Which definitely super exciting. Yeah. But I gotta catch them all. That's the problem, is every time you breed, I mean, you have to like level them up again. That's the worst part. But I hate having just like full level or like maxed out level dudes, then you just feel like you're wasting your experience, right? Hey, Brian. But imagine if you were a kid in this era and you only had this game to play because parents weren't going to pick you up like a new game till you beat it. At least it'd be a lot of bang for your buck. Yeah, I mean, Angemon is pretty buff right now. Same thing with Goemon. Actually, no, Angemon didn't even you got a Digivolution, but you didn't get breeding. Goemon is a product of like 2 generations of breeding, and look at this. Just look at the HP and MP difference. He's only 1 level higher, but he's got like 25 MP more than Clear Agumon. My Angemon, my unrenamed Angemon. Strong Carapace, go. That's not counting his stats. And of course, he has like a million abilities. It's all the previous generations. Candle down. Win. 12 experience for Unimon. Go the long way around, so let's just go through here, I guess. I got a driller missile. Prefer not to spend those, but the way around is so far away. Exterminamon, Ghost Inhabiting Tyrannosaurus plush. There's a lot of plushies in this one. There's like that bear plushie, which is the one I ended up beating the last game with. Because that one was like an ultimate they gave you for free. I just took that and booked it for like do as much story as I could and end up beating the game with it. Would have been a nightmare otherwise. Well, you know, for me, I wasn't a kid when these games came out. I mean, I would have been like a young adult at that point, so none of those games interested me. Definitely wasn't into either franchise. But I guess it depends a lot on the age group, right? I mean, Digimon probably would have catered more towards the younger teens, or, you know, older teens, while Digimon probably catered more towards the, you know, the younger kids. Kind of like the grade schoolers. This one catered more towards like the high schoolers or middle schoolers. Yeah, so that seems like it'd be the perfect age for this. Definitely feels like, you know, well, I mean, just the monster style, right? Yeah, the rookies, which are cutesy, but then they get, you know, buff and like, you know, big hulking, you know, monsters. Versus Pokemon, everything just stays cute. Yeah, kids would not have the patience to play this game. Kids would play like an hour of this and like, nope. Mommy, return this game, it sucks. Electroshocker. Fight. The only attack you have. Edamon and monkey brain sunglasses. Really? That's awesome. Unlimited Saga? Yeah. Let's hope that's a long way away. Long way away. Why are these enemies so weak? This is like the first floor enemies on what, 6th floor we're on now? Oh yeah. Haven't met him yet, but I mean, I haven't really met too many Digimon yet at this point in the game. Just mostly the rookie ones. All the maps. Once we start seeing megas, I guess. Chest, I think that's the chest. I mean, I do have one green missile, but I don't know if I want to waste it. I'm gonna be forced to fight these crabs. Yeah. I don't mind. I mind you, I'm staring at the map most of the time, but... Let's, I just gotta be close to leveling up at this point. I'm sure he'll level up before we get to the boss. Pretty much. Right now we're in the modem. There's like the drive, the BIOS, the SCSI, the disk, video. So we're basically inside of a computer or something. We're in Tron. I'm sure 4chan isn't as bad as it used to be. Main train. We'll find Bob. We're gonna go defeat Megabyte. I got a little reboot. Come on, level up. Enzo, yeah. Some narwhal thingy. Doing out in the tunnels. I wonder if we have to... Nani? There's nothing on this floor. Hey, aren't you Kim from the Device Dome? Who are you? My name's Akira, guard tamer from the city. A question about the city's generator parts. You know what I'm talking about? What, the city's generator parts? I can steal them. How should I know anything about them? See you later. Various Digimon are literally corrupted computer data? Yeah, it surprised me. Wait, she's definitely suspicious. Nah, she's not suspicious at all. Megabyte and hexadecimal. Was there a gigabyte? I don't know. It's been a long time since I watched that show, so... They merged in an episode. How did they merge? Must have been too graphic for children. It's a flash of light. So like God rays. Like in the animes. Brother and sister. Were they? I don't know, it's been a long time since I watched the show. I don't remember the exact familial things. You came Gigabyte and stuff so hard. Then Terabyte came along and just wrecked them. Freeze. I'm really curious. Like, he's standing right behind that thing, so I also feel like we should break through that. It's a yellow one. I've got an extra driller thing. Let's see if we can get behind another way. That's even worse. I guess if I go this way. Of course not. They can't give you like a powerful form and have you use it again. It's the law of cartoons. Alright, so the driller on each end here, so let's see. Is there an upper section of this one? No. Alright, let's drill through and see what happens. So we get to talk to these guys. Or just fight them, I guess. we could capture them if I had a way of capturing them. Digimon. It's the driller. Just fight. Oh god. So many wireframes. How to slow the music. Have both models show up at the same time. He likes Digimon. He's the mayor. Sure, let's interrupt him. Attack missed. Usually you don't even get to interrupt if they miss the attack. That's weird. Usually just get attack missed and that's it. And drill spin does some pretty good damage. Of course he's getting wrecked. Give a decent experience. P2. Yeah, it's not terrible, but Dragomon's almost leveled up again. Senbei! How do you pronounce your name? Senbei. Thank you so much for the support. Thanks for the sub. Killing Mr. Driller again. Oh, thank you very much. These next couple games aren't gonna be this slow. I mean, I don't remember how long it took me to beat Dark Cloud way back in the day. I mean, I played it back on the PS2 when that was new, so I don't know. I remember having fun with it. See if it lives up to its lives up after all this time. Which one is doing more damage? This one had the scarier looking attack. Bonus dungeon? No. Once I hit credits in this game, it's being turned off. This is the bonus dungeon. Yeah, that does not exist. Bonus dungeon in this game would probably take another like 50 hours. I mean, it depends on the game. Most games I never go for the bonus dungeons if they're like New Game Plus, except when I feel like it. Like I did it in Parasite Eve, for example, but in a game like this, no, it's not gonna happen. Definitely not. If you could beat a battle in like under a minute, maybe. Better you have like 30 seconds. But as it stands, no. Yeah, pretty much right. Yeah, the Parasite Eves are good. I mean, the optional dungeon Parasite Eve is kind of boring. It's kind of like this game, randomly generated dungeons. That's like the randomly generated dungeons is like the most boring type of dungeon design. There is no dungeon design. You literally just have it randomly generate for you. So those are like the worst kind of dungeons. Stuff like Torneko or Chocobo's dungeon at least throws some new stuff your way every once in a while to keep it fresh, but overall it just drags on. Manabak. Digimon should be leveling up soon. 99 floors? Yeah, no. Definitely not being done. 99 floors. My god. 10 floors, I would have noped it. 99 floors, definitely a no. It's a hard pass from me, thank you. Yeah. I played a lot of games that had like these 100 floor kind of dungeons, and I've definitely hard passed practically all of them. I think I remember playing some of Lufia 2's dungeon, but I mean not with any plans of beating it, just more like, hey, let's try this out kind of thing. Like I'm a completionist by nature, so I try to do as much of the extra content as possible, but when it's something like that the extra content would take probably longer than the rest of the game to do, no. Yeah, this is going to be a long one, especially with the speed of the combat. Let's see if this becomes our longest game yet for RPG Quest. So far, the longest game is Saga Frontier, because I played all 7 characters in that one. We'll see if this one manages to eke out. It was 105 hours for that one. Wild Arms 3's Abyss. Yeah, it's just a game like Wild Arms 3, which is a much better game. If I didn't play the extra dungeons for something like that, there's no way in hell I'm doing it for a game like this. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, from everything everyone's mentioned about the amount of time it takes to beat this thing. Oh yeah, there's a anti-freeze or something, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, going into this either with like a strategy guide or prior knowledge about, like, I played Digimon World 1, but I can't remember. Yeah, so it seems like every dungeon has one extra floor so far. This one hasn't bulked the pattern yet, so next dungeon's gonna have like 8 floors, dungeon after that's gonna have 9. Yeah, let's try more of these, I guess. Thought maybe I'll be able to sneak by there, he didn't move. Oh, the girl. No, I gotta do everything else first. Explore the rest of the floor. Oh yeah, I mean I do. I haven't gone through 280 RPGs ignoring the dialogue. I take a lot of notes when it comes to these games. Anything that seems semi-interesting, I'll note. As long as the game kind of gives you that information. Sometimes a lot of games are very vague. This one just kind of gives you a little bit of info here and there. Yeah, but I mean you can leave any time in these dungeons, so it's not the worst thing. I mean you can kind of bypass the earlier floors and just make it to the highest floors as soon as you want, just by running away from the battles. So it's not the worst thing. Dumb. No, I doubt it. If the world record is 17.5 hours, I highly doubt you'd ever see this in GDQ. Especially since it doesn't seem to have a big speedrunning community. You have to have a couple of speedrunners to even, you know, possibly have this show up in GDQ. At least an active speedrunning community. An active speedrunner. I did indeed give him the shocker. And we gotta give him the spocker. Yeah, like big title RPGs like Final Fantasies, you know, the Dragon Quest, that kind of stuff. It makes sense. But something like this, like a pretty unknown one, yeah, that would be... Like best case scenario, this would show up on like the GDQ's, you know, whatever, the bad game showcase thing, but they would never put like a 17.5 hour game in a bad game showcase. That'd be the entire showcase. Oh yeah, yeah. RNG is not speedrunner's friend usually. Exactly. Set to beat Terraria in 2 hours and choke so hard. Yeah, Terraria is another one I'd probably... Like, I guess you would probably use a pre-created seed, so you probably know where things are, but there's definitely RNG. How's this thing not dead? It's like a sliver of health. What the hell? Yeah, that could be part of the problem too. Sometimes you get the audience shock. It's one thing speedrunning a game on Twitch or something like that, where you know you got a virtual audience and being like in front of a whole lot of people. Watching a participation trophy. Yeah. Oh, level 14. So let's see, he started at level 4, so he got 10 levels, it looks. So it's pretty close to what I expected, actually. I thought maybe 11 levels, so yeah, it seems like they probably get 10 levels past what you get them at. He started at 4, so we'll see if Unimon gets to level 21. If he does, then it seems like anytime you get a wild one, they get 10 levels past what you get them at. We'll keep him front row for now. Let's see which one's better. Snow Aguilon, I guess. He's definitely cuter. Doesn't heal though. That's when you can actually do the thing. Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, you might be like a world record holder for a game on Twitch, and you go there and you get that performance anxiety, and yeah, bam. No, I don't think it'll be that much. Like, I'm pretty good with math, so I'm just keeping a lot of notes, and then after a couple of breeding things, I'm sure I'll figure it out. So this guy will be my test, or Unimon will be my test to see if the joining level plus 10 is the thing. If he goes to level 21, he maxes out level 21, then I got like 2 clear examples of that happening. In terms of breeding, I mean, so we'll figure it out. It'd be a simple formula. I mean, you have like let's say I have 3 examples with maybe X, Y, and Z's. Then just throw them together and bam, just figure out what the variables are and. Digimon and Snowmon. Metal Greymon for now, just because he can still level up. Yeah, I can imagine as a kid, especially. As a kid, it would definitely be intimidating. Oh yeah. Most games, I mean, there's usually kind of the risky strats they have, but there's like the marathon. Usually there's like a marathon route, right? They're going to go like a safer route. It might not be the fastest route, but it's safer, less chance of screwing up and like losing a lot of time. That's usually what they do for GDQ and whatnot. I mean, sometimes if they're well ahead of time or something like that, they might try like a risky strat, just for the hell of it. But yeah. Shocker. One buster. Attack missed, what? Man, I forgot how Metal Greymon sucks so bad. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely incentives or whatever. I mean, if this is a delay in beating your game, I mean, that could definitely like delay a lot of people. So you definitely don't be going past your time in those events. I imagine there's probably some games that end up getting cut out because of time constraints sometimes. There's definitely some games that they will that would start going all the way to GDQ, paying for ticket and that, and just getting your game cancelled because of constraints. That'd be the worst thing. I thought they were going to do a virtual one, weren't they? But it's trying to get something like that organized or reorganized. Well, it's saying virtual, I mean, there's no need to postpone it, but it's just trying to get that planned. I mean, the whole pandemic thing happened in, like, what, March? April, March was kind of like when everything was kicking off. And at that point, it still wasn't sure if, you know, things were going to go back to normal relatively quick, or, you know, so it probably took, you know, a few weeks before plans got canceled for any of those big events. And at that point, well, trying to reorganize something at that point, that big of a scale, is not easy. August 16th to 23, there you go. So next month. Virtual, obviously. I don't know what when they normally have it every year. I'm not sure if that's the normal time or if they pushed it back at all. God, these things are beefy. Give me some fishes. Yeah, there's always SGDQ and AGDQ. Awesome Games Done Quick is the winter one, and Summer Games Done Quick is the summer one. Yeah, so there you go. So it got pushed back by a couple months. It feels like it definitely was earlier summer. So at least they're still having it, just, yeah. With, you know, the short time there, they would have had like 3 months to kind of reshuffle everything around and push it back instead. Yeah, it seems like they couldn't really figure out what to do with Digimon World, so they just kept trying different things. But they had, like, you know, the first game, but without the Tamagotchi aspects of it, then it would be better. Like having to constantly, you know, train your Digimon in the gym and hope he doesn't die before you actually get to use him. It's just horrible. I guess it's when they don't die of old age, but man, I don't know if this is a good replacement. I'm gonna keep breeding them and grinding them back up. Yeah. Like I'll watch the GDQs, but I don't know how people would be able to watch like a speedrunner play the same game over and over and over and over and over and over, or even just anybody doing that. Like I would not be able to play the same game over and over. It's just. I mean, 100 hours of this game would be more than I would ever be able to handle. Playing like 1,000 hours of this game, in order to speedrun it, to like learn the speedrun strats or something? Hell nah. my favorite console? Well, the PS2 is the one I used the most. I didn't actually have a PS1. I had an NES and an SNES as a kid, and then I went to PC gaming for the next generation, so I completely skipped over the PS1. PS1 had some of the best RPGs, but I completely missed out on that because I didn't have a PS1. I played Final Fantasy VII on PC and Final Fantasy VIII was what those were available on PC with IDOS, and Final Fantasy VII is my favorite RPG of all time. I didn't play that on PS1. I played that on PC back then. And then PS2 is where I kind of went back to console gaming. So I played a lot of RPGs on PS2. Then saying no, I wouldn't. I would go nuts, man. If I became a speedrunner and decided this is my speedrun medium, just shoot me now. 3 ultimates? Nah, I'll go with 3 champions. Screw the ultimates. Ultimates are too hard. We'll go just pure champions. Yeah, how many of these damn dudes is there? I'm assuming this is an optional path I'm taking here, but man, so many dudes to fight. You can't bypass any of them. It's just like, alright, gotta fight them. I guess I could probably run away. I haven't tried running. I mean, running does make them disappear, but I'm also getting XP, so it's kind of catch-22. Kind of don't want to run, but I kind of want to run. I need the levels. I need all the levels. Speedrun Shaolin. Oh, the fighting game. Top picks. There you go. Yeah, the one with the really weird jiggle physics. That game was weird. Man, 3 dudes attacking this guy. I'm assuming one of them missed. I was looking at chat, so I don't know. I'm assuming one of us missed him because I did like half damage to him. That barely does damage at this point, but at least it lowers their damage output by a significant amount. It's pretty much a must-have in the boss fight until I breed him with somebody. Make him good. He's got good moves, but damn, he sucks as an actual Digimon. Yeah, whenever it has to render any of the wireframe stuff, There's some slowdown. At least there's some audio slowdown. You don't really notice it too much when you're picking actions. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much since you're in menus, so it's not like you're playing an action game or anything. But, yeah. I mean, the battles in this game are being played in a high-resolution mode, which is something that's not used too often in PS1 games. The only two games I've seen that use it in terms of RPGs have been Chrono Cross for the menus, and for Urgais in the battle mode in that one, or the quest mode. There's probably some other ones that use it for like the menu, like the splash screen at the beginning of the game, but that's about it. Yeah, but I mean, emulators probably did something in order to make it smoother. While I'm playing with PS3, which is first-party emulation, but I've heard people playing it on the real hardware also had slowdown, so it seems to be a normal thing. I think it's what's happening is it's reading the audio clips from the disc, versus obviously if you're playing on an emulator, it doesn't have to spin up a disc, right? Yeah, PS3 does a pretty good job. There are some games that have issues, but PS3 is probably the closest thing to, like, you know, to like a accurate emulator. There's definitely some issues. Like, considering how many PS1 games I played, there's only a small handful that had any sort of issues. The biggest one being Legend of Legaia and Secret of Mana. Or Legend of Mana, sorry, Secret of Mana. Those are the only two that had... And Legend of Mana I could probably have continued trying to make it work on PS3, because I was able to... Basically what happened is there's some FMVs that play during certain boss fights towards the end of the game, and the FMVs freeze up, but the game doesn't freeze. Like, it's like soft lock. You still move around the arena and that, but since the FMVs froze up, the script doesn't continue, so it doesn't, like, the battle never ends. So you're just like stuck moving around the arena with nothing to do. I had replayed a section, I replayed a boss fight after that happened, and it went fine the second time, but then when I got to the last boss, the final boss, that happened, and then I tried it again, and it happened again. It's like, alright, hop it into my PS2, no problem, ended up beating on the PS2. Legend of Legaia was the one that you go through like a mirror, there's like a cutscene thing, you're kind of like in space or whatever, and then the game like freezes up, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get past that spot. So again, PS2. Luckily, I've got the PS1. I've got the memory card adapter for my PS3, so I can copy my save files over to that and transfer to my PS2. So it's very easy to switch over to my PS2 if I need to. Yeah, I played Legend of Dragoon. No issues with that. I mean, there may be some games that had some like minor graphical issues and stuff like that, but in terms of game-breaking bugs, those are the two games I can think off the top of my head that had something that was like, okay, well, I can't continue. I remember Suikoden 2, the credits were all screwed up, so that when I popped it into my PS2 and beat the last boss again and did the credits just to get the credits, but I mean, that's the end of the game, right? It's just the credits, so it's not like the end of the world. So that one's not game-breaking, but those two games were, you know, those are the two games I actually had to switch to the PS2 in order to go past those spots. Everything Dragoon on what, PXC or on PS3? Like, I didn't notice any issues as far as I remember on Dragoon. That could be it too, yeah. Maybe if they had some sort of anti-piracy. For me, like, I've got all the physical, like, the original physical discs for these games, so, I mean, there might be some games that might have some, like, scratches that might cause issues. So some games, like, when I first, my first copy of Final Fantasy VII's Disc 2 was like slightly scratched up, and the videos were just like seizing up. We got another Disc 2, no problem, Uh, Grand Stream Saga had 2 copies of that game, and both of them failed. That one I actually had to emulate. One that I emulate, I had to use a burnt copy. Luckily, my PS3 is modded, so I can play burnt copies if all else fails. It's the reason I modded it, stuff like that. 2 dudes here, what the hell? But yeah, I'm kind of surprised PSX wouldn't have bypassed any kind of security measures at this point, especially for a game like Legend of Dragoon, which is a better known game, right? Let's just run away here. Can we run away? Don't crack the disc or have a mod PS1. Doesn't bypass it. Nasty warning on the screen. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, anything that would have been like, anything that would have been, you know, made after that game came out. I imagine, you know, when that game came out, stuff like Bleem was already a thing, so it would have been hard to make some sort of anti-Bleem protection. Good old Bleem. But yeah, overall, like I said, there's probably some games that had some minor graphical glitches, but PS3 is pretty good for emulating PS1 games. I don't know how the PS2 is. Like I said, those games that I had issues with, I've switched to my PS2 and they ran fine. But you know, I didn't try the bulk of my PS1 games on PS2, so I don't know if PS2 in general has more issues. Like I know PS3, like the backwards compatible PS3s have definitely more issues with the PS2 games than, you know, the PS2 would have problems with PS1 games. But, you know, I'm gonna be playing PS2 games with my PS2, so that's not really a problem. And it's not like I have a backwards compatible PS3 anymore, so that's long dead now. And Rena, just popping in and see how far we are. We're in Modem. I'm gonna go defeat Kim or whatever. Come on, stay down. Think about platformers? Yeah, I don't mind platformers. I hate RPGs that do platforming segments. Because usually, for the most part, they have horrible controls and they do just an absolute junk job of doing it. But when a game is actually, you know, designed as a platformer off the top, they're usually better. Like, you know, I enjoyed Super Mario Odyssey. I completed that one on my Switch, like 999 moons or whatever. I think I'll go back and finish the game. Yeah, I don't blame you. This would be a slog. Like, the only way I would... If I wasn't playing this for RPG Quest, I'd be playing this on emulation with frame skip, because, man... I wish PS3 had some sort of turbo mode. Seems like it goes back to the entrance, maybe? No. Boss. Kind of need to go back to... That's where the other path I got taken was. Munitions level cap thing. Yeah, I mean that's kind of annoying too, having to constantly like breed your dudes over and over. Like, hey, you know, you want to breed your dudes and get a stronger dude, fine. Some damage here, but having to constantly do it, that's just annoying. 800 damage to Gunner, whatever. Alright, toy car, I want to keep the. EP disc. He's got a pretty shitty ability. Let's give it to Metal Greymon. Oh yeah, well the one that was at the end there, that's the boss, so I just wanted to explore the rest of this floor before I go to the boss. All the treasure. I took the long way around, like, bought everything. Alright, let's go to the boss. Max Digimon joining Max Money. I'm sure there's definitely a lot of cheats. Yeah, but look at my EP. I went through the entire dungeon. I still got like, I used like a little bit over 1,000. I'm not worried about EP at this point until maybe once we start hitting the like the 10th floor dungeons, maybe. Then I'll worry a little more. Maybe at that point we'll have a new battery. Alright, we're gonna fight boss-wise here. We're gonna fight Kim. Oh. Greymon. You have some nerve coming to Modem Domain all alone. I'm Greymon, the King Digimon of Modem Domain. Get on your knees and say please. What a self-centered Digimon. I'll never do such a thing. What a fool. Then I will make you eat your words. It's a different boss theme, I think. Yeah, this is a 300 baud modem, apparently. Didn't I have a... I guess I didn't bring it with me. Badass looking dragon thing. Probably a bird of some kind. Use our interrupts here for a bit. Yeah, it's just too bad the battle tune is like so repetitive. That's the only thing you hear for like 90% of the game. Yeah, there's a couple of floors that are predetermined, I guess. The boss is more dangerous. Is there a stronger version of this lower tank power thing on the boss? Any day now. Any day now. It's an AoE, so it doesn't do that much damage. Lomon. He's doing a nice little jig there. He's dancing. Dance, Greymon, dance. Dancing to the tunes. Nova Blast. Looks scary, but lower damage thing does a pretty good job. Saber Dramon. I barely did anything either. These guys aren't dishing out a lot of damage, so. Oh yeah, I mean this is one of those games if you're looking to get a specific Digimon, you're probably playing it with a guide in order to figure out how you get this Digimon, because obviously the evolution paths are really weird. Like you go from this thing to Leomon, like who would guess that this thing turns into a lion? You know what I mean? I probably wouldn't know him anyways. It's like I've ever watched any episode of Digimon ever. A good team. Yeah, I mean, I gotta work on trying to get a good team, but again, trying to do this blind, it's gonna be hard to get a specific Digimon. Like I know I want to get DP up, and you know, I want to like get higher level Digimons, but as much as I know, I haven't done enough breeding yet to kind of get some good sample size to figure out, you know, the formulas. Oh yeah, I'm sure some of like the best Digimons you can only get if you're using a guide. Like it's probably very specific requirements. Without a guide, you're gonna be very unlikely to stumble upon it. That's not even mentioned like 180 or something like that. I'm sure the bulk of those are probably like the champion. Yeah, last year's Mega. You get Rookie, Champion, Ultimate, Mega. Rookies start at level 1, Champions, the lowest level Champions are level 11, lowest level Ultimates are level 21, lowest level Megas are level 31. Yeah, that's right. I forgot there was the level lower than Rookie in training ones. It's listed in the manual. There's the in training rank in the manual, but there's no in training ones in this one. There you go, Grimmer. You're waking up hungry again. God, yeah. Maybe start getting like level -5 or something. Oh man, imagine that. Attack miss so I didn't get my attack off. Last air attack. At least before I have to guard. Doing Dragon Quest games now? Nice. I hear Digimon World 3 is definitely slower than this, which is scary. Or it's got like longer load times or whatever. Scary to think of. Oh, what the hell? Stop missing your attacks so I can interrupt you. Whatever. He's dead this turn. Let's counterattack them to death. One versus one, oh yeah. It's like every game is just completely different than this franchise. World 4 is like a Diablo clone or something. It's like... Probably, if you include all the slow battle times. Digimon leveled up. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Hey, I found you. What? You again? Stop following me around. Give me back the generator parts stole from our city. What kind of idiot would give them back just like that? Besides, it's mine now. If you want it back, you'll have to take it from me. Oh crap. Shit. I didn't think I'd be fighting her. Oh. I'm not ready for another fight. Well, Unimon leveled up, so he got his, The other ones, I do have a bunch of healing stuff, I guess. Goldmon's, the other two are completely out of mana. Because we're using a magic driver. Crap, we only have one. This will be fun. Let's hold off on the magic driver for next, so that way we get the most out of it for Unimon anyways. Wizardmon. Wizardmon's always scary sounding. It's a freaky thing. I'm not ready for another fight. Try to kill one dude as fast as I can here. Not to guard up a few turns for the other guys. Counterattack. This is gonna hurt. Paralyzed. Oh, I gotta interrupt these guys, I guess. We can interrupt that one. God. Birds with teeth are scary as shit. He's already paralyzed. You can't paralyze him more. Alright, Andrina, you have a great night. Alright, so let's hope the Wizard Man just keeps using counterattacks. We don't have to worry about him to kill off the other ones. Alright, yeah, definitely want to interrupt him. Alright, let's give our guys some mana. Two paralyzed dudes. Run Digimon here. Can't use, even though he's going to gain mana. Since he doesn't have it now, he can't actually use his move. It's annoying. Alright, Where? You have a great night. Is cured. He never did anything. weakest paralysis ever. It's gonna heal or something? Zip, boom. Some buff, quickness is up. Yeah, whatever. Definitely want to reduce the damage of that. Guess he didn't counterattack this time. Oh no, counterattack always attacks anyways. You just take damage if you damage them first. Alright, CJ Mountain's almost dead. It's good. You guys are doing kind of okay with health. I mean, I might as well use a health driver here. Everybody's got low enough health that it'll actually help. Attack. I'm assuming you can't use interrupt on a counterattack, like on a counterattack that hasn't gone off. So, might as well use it on these guys. He's really trying to raise his quickness, isn't he? You're already faster than the rest of us, so you don't need to raise your quickness much more. Alright, you should be dead. You guys got a lot of zippers. Down for Mr. Counterattacker here. Ah. Can't counterattack me if you miss. Kind of a weird ability for a wizard to have, is counterattack ability. It's his only ability. Nope, there's no other fights after this because we're kind of out of mana. Unless I spend like most of the beginning of the battle resting, which isn't going to help me doing damage. This Goemon leveled up, so he's back to full MP. So let's see if Goemon, if 16 is the maximum. I'm hoping it's at least 17. Gomon was 15 and 14 combined. Aw, their tanks are kissing. How cute. You're not bad at all. What's your name? Akira. You're not bad yourself. Thanks, Akira. You coming to the Device Dome later? I'm trying generator parts there. I really meant to give them back right away. You gotta come to Device Dome. I've already sent the location of Device Dome to your browser. What? When did you do that? Did you read it through her pockets? Okay, so it's at least level 17, so far my hunch of like maximum level plus 2 still potentially accurate. At least it's not like, you know, add the 2 levels together, round down plus 2, which would be level 16. So they do any sort of rounding, I really doubt it's in our favor in this game, so. Alright. Device Dome. Oh man. These battles are so exciting. So exciting they did the reverse of waking me up. Have any Digimon that's ready to level up now? Or to Digivolve? Oh. So we got a lot of cash. Assuming the Device Dome's gonna have a lot of stuff to buy though. Seems they turned off, you know, they turned off their power here for items for a reason. So it means we're gonna buy items there. Saying the same stuff. There's also the Coliseum that I don't really feel like going to do more fights in. Wizardmon for Crabmon. Yeah. You can get a Wizardmon, but I'd have to get a Crabmon, and Crabmons are data types, which I don't have an easy way of capturing, so. No Wizardmon for me. But you can't sneak into like these other teams and grab their their gifts. Digimon is level 15, 16. My Grandma hasn't leveled up. He's max level. These two are max level, so I should breed them together. Let's see what I get. Toy Agumon, which turns into Leomon. I mean, that's not terrible, I guess. We get a DP2 out of that. Let's see. It's like Curiosity. Let's get Tapirmon. What Tapirmon turn into again? Unimon? Goemon turned into Tapirmon, or to Tortomon. But again, that was like a DP 2 or whatever, so. Tapirmon, Agumon. Digimon, yes, we're all getting the same shit. Should I try combine those two? Kind of want to level up Unamon and just, you know, dump them with one of these, but by the time I get this one to maximum level, assuming it's plus 10 from when I captured it, I mean, these ones could have leveled up a whole bunch, so let's just combine these two for now. Get a toy Agumon, which, yeah, we'll go into a Leomon. Should be pretty good, I guess. Maybe not, I don't know. Assuming it doesn't turn into something else, but won't know until we digivolve. Do it. This one's gonna have a million abilities too. Still have healing, which is nice. So DP2. Got a free slot now. Ooh, excuse me. Alright, so it doesn't seem like there's anything new at the base. I guess we're just gonna go to the device dome now. And go see our boss there. You here. Good luck, leader. I know where the stolen parts are. A girl named Kim has it, and she lives in the device dome. Device dome could back the stolen generator parts from her. Good work. Good luck getting in the parts back. Can't send, like, any of our dudes over here? No? I guess I gotta go in by myself. Thanks, sir. Sir, there's an army camped over there. Good luck, soldier. Have fun taking them down by yourself. But sir, we have, like, 50 dudes hanging around over here that have nothing to do. Yeah. They're busy. The device dome. Alright. It would have been like between these two, there's like a big empty space. But it's like, nope, let's throw it over here. Device dome. It's just a generator that, you know, lets the entire town create new items. There's no big whoop. Not important. Just, you know, the center of economy in the town, that's all. Hey Kira, how'd you find this place? A girl named Kim told me where to find it. Really? Kim told you? That's interesting. This fort was built by those who escaped the Blood Knights during the Crimson Uprising. After that, many of them decided to stay here rather than go back to the city. Kim's engineer group is real good. They always come up with new types of items. Hooray for new types of items. Wow, this is the device dome I've been hearing about. I heard you can buy all sorts of items that you can't get in the city. That means we can get gifts for the other Pokemon, you know, the other Digimon types. We can actually get some more Digimon types. That'll help. Yeah. Yep. A new, well, it's not really a town, I guess. New shops, I guess. Hey, Kira, you came, just like you promised. Yeah, everybody's waiting for the generator parts. I see. Well, that's all settled now. I already told my sis to send the engineer to the city with the parts. By now, the power generator should already be fixed. Things should be back to normal now. Really, Kim? That's great. Thanks. It's nothing, really. I'm glad you are happy. Oh yeah, my sis says she wants to meet you. Hey, Kira, will you go and meet her? I'll introduce you. Let's just walk there very slowly. Hey sis, I brought you Kira from the city. Oh, he's cute. Tekadana. Hello, I'm Akira. Heard my little sister caused you a bit of a problem. I'm really sorry about that, but I really need those parts for my experiment. Thanks to those parts, I came up with a new radar system. For all the problems we caused, I'll give you this. It's a titanium core. The upgraded shell. I mean, it needs something again. Please let me borrow them for a while, okay? Cartoon proportions, yeah. Big ass glasses. Sure, thank you. Hooray, we got the second Digibeetle type core thing. Here, that's great. With that, you can upgrade your Digibeetle from steel body to a titanium body. Stop by the device dome whenever you have time. I'll be waiting for you, okay? I wonder if we still have to buy the core, if it's just automatic. Guess I shouldn't spend too much money until I find out. Here, don't you think my sister is a bit weird? She's the only one who invented almost all the items in this place. Especially the Digivolving device. Digivolve Digimon of any type. Okay. So I guess that means we can't normally Digivolve Digimon of other types at our place. I guess that would make sense. So that's kind of good, I guess. I guess it's a good thing we didn't really pick up any other Digimons, because we wouldn't kind of... It would have been kind of useless at this point. Isn't it fantastic? You should stop by whenever you can. Good items that copy from the real things. The same stuff sold by the teams. Want some? Let's see. Okay, it's just all the same stuff that they sell in the other shops, but just for every type. Ah, yeah, we do have the gifts. So we have gifts for all the types. It's good. So that'll make gathering other Digimon a lot easier. Items, this is the best place. Check it out. Everything's one of a kind. Best there is. Want something? One of a kind. If I buy more than one, you won't be able to provide me. So the same stuff we had available before we unlocked this area. I guess the big thing is being able to get gifts for the other Digimon types, and well, I guess the Digivolution chamber. I didn't even have another type to try out. I guess if I had, I would have realized that I wouldn't have been able to Digivolve them. Oh, that's good at least. Wow. Hi cutie, welcome. Next time you come here, can you bring me something really cool? Like an engine with super output or something like that? Okay, I'll be waiting. Our engine doesn't count though. Sure. I'm gonna sell stuff here. Tiger and a Pegasus. 20,000, goddamn. We already have 1,600. Okay. ST body, okay. So the, I guess these ones are only good for steel body, so I guess our current engines probably won't even work for titanium body. So I'm gonna need 20,000 just to be able to even use that one, I imagine. Unless my current engine is titanium body as well. Which is probably unlikely. That'll be fun. So of course won't be using that titanium one just yet. Spider Ram, get another Digimon. I'm definitely buying this. I mean, that's instant buy there. Green Acid, some Green Mines, Bug Zapper, Missile Gun, a new hand. So we're gonna have to grind a lot to get that 20,000 again. The important stuff first. Worry about the other stuff. Man, we're gonna need 20,000. This guy's a builder, no ammo. This guy the builder? Yeah. I didn't know so there's a new battery available. I mean, our current battery is good for now, so I'm not too worried about it, but get a bigger box for this one. For items. Treasure box disarm 3. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. Doesn't give me the option of going anything else other than steel. Probably because we don't have an engine that's compatible. Yeah, this one's S-body only. So we need that $20,000 engine just to be able to use the titanium body. Damn. At least everything else seems to be good for all engine types, or body types. This one has like STA, the other ones just use like S/T/A. Why can't they just do the same thing? Soon we'll have like blue level ammo we can buy now. No, not yet. It's a good thing, because I won't be able to afford any. The yellow electric spore rock. What's the... Okay, this can do both. Okay. It's basically a combination of a drill missile and a magic missile in one. For like less than double the price. Good if you're like light on inventory space, but we just bought a new box, so we get an extra 8 slots. Which means we'll fill that up in no time. Alright, we need $5,000 more to buy that engine. Ugh, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, was there a new battery? I didn't notice a new battery. Yeah, there's no new battery. I mean, our current batteries should be good for a while, so... RAM, I mean... Unless I'm gathering a lot of Digimon, which I might now that we can gather multiple types. I mean, green doesn't do much damage. It's like 10. There's no point in getting tires until later on when you start going through really heavy-duty stuff. The mines, most of them can go round, so that's not much of an issue. Nothing with bugs. What keeps me going? The willingness to get rid of this game so I can play some good games. Yeah, took a dinner break and then came back. With my work schedule, I have like, you know, 3 days off. So I typically try to stream good chunks of time on those 3 days off. And the 4 days on, it's hard to stream because I'm usually working like 10+ hour days, quite closer to 12-hour days these last couple weeks. So. Oh yeah, I mean I've played grindy games, but man, this one's trying my patience for sure. And it's not a terrible game, it's just very badly optimized. That's the problem. Indeed. Alright, so we got something to grind for anyway, so save up my money to get that thing. But I kind of want some of these other items we can capture other Digimon types. We have a slot for another. Actually, we have 2 slots now for Digimon, right? Oh yeah, we had Toyagumon in our server. No, we just made Toyagumon, didn't we? Yeah, this is the one we just made. When he joined us automatically. Transfer. I got room for one more Digimon. Gargrimmer's in Finland, so it's pretty late over there. Middle of the night. Alright. Well, I guess before we choose the type, let's go to let's unlock, I guess, the next dungeon and see what kind of types they have there. Try to gather whatever types they have there. Let me know if you can. Let me know if you can what. Let me know if you can bait this game. It's gonna be a long one. What, 20 hours in? It feels like we're barely scratching the surface. I mean, looking at this world map, I mean, I really hope the map doesn't extend, you know, past the top. It probably will. Ugh. I mean, we're barely encountering like champion types. I'm sure eventually towards the end of the game we'll be encountering like epic types, like 30+. So that'll be fun. Let's put this meditation down. Yeah, I could try the Colosseums. Maybe they'll give us a lot of cash at the Colosseum. Last time he gave us like an HP driver. And Digivolve your Digimon. HP increases. Yes. Same stuff as last time. Wish you could skip dialogue. There's a problem, we have to help each other. Please come see me if you have any questions about anything again. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. You know, as I understand more of the game mechanics, especially the digivolving and stuff like that, that's probably going to be a little faster. But, I mean, it's still gonna be slow, because this game is just slow, so... There's only so much you can speed this game, right? For stuff like earlier levels in the dungeon, I could just run away from battles, I don't have to fight them. They're not gonna give me any XP anyways, what's the point of fighting them? Clip for a little bit of cash. Understand what? Same thing. Yeah, still Crabmon and Wizardmon. At least now we can get a Crabmon easily enough. Question is, do we want a Wizardmon? He didn't look that impressive. But it's probably an uncommon one. I mean, I haven't seen him out in the wild yet, so... Other than that one boss fight. Choices. You guys are saying all the same stuff. I'm sure he's gonna say the same thing too. Let's go to our boss. Once we unlock the new area, maybe these guys will say different things. Seems like they only change their dialogue when you hit certain story points, so... So let's see, the last area we went to was Modem. What's going to be the next one? CPU. Operator's been waiting for you. Please proceed to the leader's room. Maybe... Is there a monitor one? There's video, but is there a monitor? I don't remember if there's monitor. It's probably CPU, there's probably like hard disk. The floppy zone. The floppy zone and the hard disk zone. Here, your greatest work has brought the city back to normal. The city's power generator has been restored by engineers from the Device Dome. So Kim and Tekadana kept their promises. That's right, now we can breathe easier. Kira, you solved the city's crisis along with your mission to destroy the boss Digimon. I'd like to reward you for all your great work. Aww. Couldn't you add an extra 0 to that so I can buy that engine? 1,000 bits. Thank you, sir. By the way, have you been working on your tamer ranking? Oh, great. They're going to force us to go to the Coliseum. I mean, it's probably going to go there anyways, but man, I guess the Coliseum isn't optional. Tamer's rank shows one's level of strength. It's very important. Improve your rank by winning the tournament at the Coliseum. Looking forward to seeing more of your good work. Keep it up. Unless he's just suggesting, but he didn't tell us about a new area, so yeah, probably have to go to the Coliseum. Money. I mean, I did do that first rank thing in Coliseum before, so... Competing in tournaments, the abilities should reach higher tamer ranks. Rank 3 rookie? I think we're rank 2? Just gotta get to rank 3. So you have found the titanium core. Have you upgraded your Digibeetle body yet? Select the correct engine and go see Chief Maestro. We'll take care of it. Yeah. You got 20,000 bits to upgrade that engine? No? Didn't think so. Bertrand. Alright, the engine generator is back online. I can buy whatever I need. What? You're the one to solve the case? Yeah, right, I'm sure. Let's see if there's anything new here. Some gifts. No C rank gifts yet. the C rank gift would be. There's totally gonna be an MP3 player in there. It's gonna be like, I don't know, were MP3 players a thing in 2001? I'm sure they were starting to be a thing. Wristwatch, CD player. There's gonna be like a... Were DVD players a thing? I mean, I guess, yeah, the PS2 had come out at this point, so yeah, I bet you one of the higher ones would be a DVD player. Hey, Dusk, how's it going? Welcome to a long, grindy game. This one's gonna be a slog to get through. Nothing new here. The other shop did have some more things. I don't remember what. I think the drivers. Yeah, I think the other shop sold the drivers, and this one doesn't. Ooh. That sucks. Hopefully that means you're back home and relaxing. Hopefully you have the day off tomorrow. That is rough. Okay, the Coliseum. I should say first, just in case. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have much of a problem in the Coliseum, but... Yeah, it's always the hardest trip from like the chair after you like sit down and relax to get to bed. Yeah, it's always the hardest. Okay, I should go level up my Digimon before I go into the Coliseum. Level up my Toyagumon. Nice thing about the Toyagumon, he has a healer, which is useful in the Coliseum because we don't have the ability of healing right, guys. So I should level this guy up. But I won't be able to, I mean, I can't go to any new dungeons. I can go revisit the old dungeons, but... I guess we just go to the Coliseum with these guys. Should be able to handle 3 rounds, hopefully. In the A rank or whatever, the rank 2 wasn't too bad. Coliseum. Let's see what we're gonna fight here. Rank 3 tournament. Your rivals in Rank 3 tournament will be Duan, Sheena, and so on. I love this like, and so on. It's like, we're just gonna tell you some of them. The third one, yeah, you're just gonna have to guess. Fucking Sheena is from the Black Sword Guard team. They have many data and virus type Digimon. The power relationships between the different types of Digimon. If you take more virus type Digimon, it might be easier for you. It's just my advice. No, I don't really remember the... Assuming vaccine is good against virus, which would stand to reason that data is good against vaccine, and virus is good against data, which would make sense. Except for the whole data against vaccine thing, but whatever. Tournament entry application office. Would you like to enter a rank 3 tournament? The entry is 1,000 bits. This thing I don't want to do is spend money, but I guess you gotta spend money to make money. Continue the story, I guess. That's probably why they gave us 2,000 bits. Technically only get 1,000 bits in a free application. Although I guess if at this point I hadn't done the tournament at all, it would have cost me 1,500 bits. 500 for the first rank and 1,000 for this one, so I technically only got 500 bit reward there. First round was what a piece of cake. Don't think I'm gonna bend over for you. It's time to battle in the ring. I feel like both of you. He said. Touch giveaway bits. Yeah, this game loves its bits. Oh, but you never change the channel points, but eh. Maybe the golden bits. Alright. Run away! I can't run away. This guy sucks, but I don't know why I brought him in this one. I guess I don't really have a choice. The other one is like a level 1. I don't get XP in this anyways, so... Whopping 42 damage there. Sort of. I think that's the most unfair about these arena battles, that your dudes start the next round at with the same amount of health and mana that you have left over from the last round, but enemies come back at full health. So it's basically implied that all their previous battles they got through completely unscathed, which is totally unfair. But it seems like a lot of games do that whenever you have any sort of Coliseum things. Dead? It's gonna be the creepiest thing whenever he like dies, just doesn't have eyes in his corpse anymore. Just looks like a skull trying to get back up. We murdered him so hard. Yep. This game is not making me stay awake, I'll tell you that much. my eyelids are just getting heavy. It's like, oh, these battles just no. Must resist the urge. Oh no, I can't believe that I lost so easily. Must be losing some of my touch. But I'm still a bad tamer. Is that bad like Power Glove bad, or a bad like Power Glove bad? Rise from the ashes. Next time I won't go so easy on you. I'll show you the real me. Just like disappear. Please all talk. Next challenger awaits. Who's next in line? I hope it's not Mr. Zutacorn. Oh, you've entered this tournament too. I feel like you made it to the second round. Please go easy on me, okay? Didn't you fight her in the last tournament? I should hook up the Power Glove to the PlayStation 3 and just use it in this game. Yeah, no, let's not do that. This game is bad enough as it is. Yeah, I got one downstairs. I modded it to work on a computer, well, on the parallel port. I mean, it's way back in the day. So I could use it in like a VR game thingy way back when. But it should still work on an NES if I had an NES to plug it into. These are extra scary, but... Oh man. Gotta stop yawning. If I start snoring, then, you know, it's pretty much it for the stream at that point. Where's my turbo controller? I'll take a nap and come back. My Digimon will be like level 100, except, you know, the whole level cap thing. Stun attacks here. And then the stuns are going off. One more dude. Let's see, do we need mana? Yeah, I should get some mana on Metal Greymon from the next battle. Let's see. Haven't finished off. Reels card. Sucks when I'm getting XP for these battles. I should be able to get at least some XP. I mean, your Digimon are getting more experience fighting these things. It's only fair. But I guess if they gave you XP, then you would be able to level up and potentially get your mana and HP back. You don't want to do that. They'll do it for the enemies, but for you, no. He was no match for your Kira. shouldn't feel too bad losing to you, but actually I'm sorry that I lost. Hope you'll be able to give me back a better fight next time. Till then, goodbye. See ya. I'll let the door hit you in the ass. Tough luck for her. Next opponent is waiting. Joy again? No, that's Bertrand. I'm mixing the two up. Is that the Kira? Oh, it's you again. We're gonna fight him in like every arena thing. How are these guys like in the second rank anyways? I guess they won other tournaments afterwards. Trying to avenge my loss at rank 2 tournament. I'm taking you down. Time to battle in the ring. Let's have a clean fight. Yeah, I can always guarantee we're gonna fight Bertrand in every arena round. I don't know how many ranks there are, but it seems that the game is it's probably going to force us to play at the arena, so... The hell is that thing? Rareamon? I wonder if that's rare. God damn. That thing's ugly as shit. This one is virus type. Buffalo breath? Used. Uh-oh. Could be bad. Yeah, no kidding, right? Maybe one of his parents is Sakumon. That makes sense. Sakumon or Numemon or whatever. Kinda looks like he's a combination of both. My problem with these, it's just going to keep counterattacking me, so... Nothing I can do about that. Unless I don't attack him, in which case his counterattack still damages me. Let's interrupt the middle dude. Quite sure what Confuse does. The manual doesn't tell you anything about the status effects at all. So I don't know if if I use a physical attack, if Confuse is like the standard, you know, thing where you attack your own dudes. And Paralyzed doesn't seem to... I don't think I've missed a turn since whenever I've been paralyzed. It just gives you a better chance of missing. Poison, I'm assuming poison did damage over time, but it wasn't obvious when it did happen. Unimon is confused too, so I guess we'll find out. Okay, so he used a different ability than we told him to, so he attacked our guy. So yeah, so confusion definitely does just randomly use and has a chance of randomly using an ability against your a random target. Yeah, leave him alone, guys. What the hell? That confusion is bad. Maybe if I stick to interrupt, it'll be fine. Because last time I was confused, but interrupt seemed to still go off, no problem. But if you do a physical attack, it's probably not good. So interrupt, I guess. So let's have him guard. Do an interrupt. Even counterattack could potentially be bad. Cured. Survived. Yeah. So it seems like interrupt is fine if you're confused. So. Does it give you the option to turn off the background music? No. No, it does not. This game has like no options whatsoever. Like at the beginning of the game, I think you have the options turning vibration on. That's it. Actually, I didn't even notice. I didn't notice any vibration whatsoever in this game. Background music play in the background, yeah. Play the boss music on loop instead. Or you mean play it so that you don't have the slowdown? You see, the slowdown actually gives you some variation. If it wasn't for the variation, it would be even worse. It's being short. Alright, it's tier 3 done. Surprise, you got actually one more dude to fight. Huh? Darn, how could I lose to you twice? I can beat you. Yeah, we'll see you in every arena fight. It won't happen again. I must have beat you and become the hero. Trend. Don't be so hard on yourself. Next time I'll be the winner, and don't you forget it. Well, since we're probably going to encounter him in every single arena match, that means he's going up the ranks as fast as we are, so... Yeah, I mean, the music isn't terrible, but if you hear the same song, it could be like the best song of all time, but if you hear the same song for like 60 plus hours, it's gonna be horrible. Especially that battle music does get repetitive very quickly. Just the music loop is short enough, and then you have to hear it for such a long time. Rank 3 rookie tamer. Thanks to Digimon, I'm a rookie rank tamer. That's right, you have lots of potential. Train hard. It's the prize for winning tournament. It's a toy boat. Hooray. Wait. There's a toy car, so the toy boat is probably like the... Hopefully it's not... I mean, it's not even a toy plane. Hopefully it's at least a B rank. For spending $1,000 and winning an arena. Winning a Coliseum fight here. I'd rather have music than no music. I mean, I always have the option of like lowering the volume on my headphones so I don't hear it. But you know, when you have no music, you can't really turn it up to hear it. You know what I mean? Let me go see Gamers Club since we advanced the story. This is the same stuff. I'm still dancing. Yeah, more gifts. It doesn't tell you there. You have to like transfer it and then check your items to see what it actually does. Rank B. Alright, so it's not rank A. I mean, rank B is probably going to capture most Digimon at this point, I would imagine. It's not like we're going to be running into too many ultimate types at this point, so it could be good if we want to get a, like a champion type or something. It ain't no Master Ball, but... Alright, so McLeod, you have a great night. Thanks for stopping on by. Let's go see our boss. Become a rank 3 rookie tamer. Yes, I've heard. Well done. For a new rookie rank tamer, I have a new mission. Lately, a group of wild Digimon have moved near the city from deep into Directory Continent. Here, your next mission is to... Goldhawk Leader, we have an emergency, sir. Guild Leader, standing by. Well... Goldhawk Leader, the Blood Knights have been spotted. Guard Tamers engaged in battle with the Blood Knights Digibeetle right now. Enemy Digibeetles have been sighted in disc, video, and SCSI domains. They're gonna reuse the domains? Oh, damn it. It's gonna extend the time more. It's like so much for like, yeah, let's just keep adding more new things. No, we gotta revisit places too. The crazy Blood Knights have reappeared. Lord, all Goldhawk Tamers, we begin Operation Blood Knights now. Yes, sir. We'll begin Operation Blood Knights immediately. Let's see, last dungeon was 8 levels, so these ones are probably going to be 9 levels. Yeah, when you go into battle or whatever, when you're ready to leave, you just go to the main gates, and then you just go into a world map, and you just choose where you want to go. So, but inside of battles themselves, or inside of dungeons, not so much. Hawk Leader, we're the Blood Knights. Blood Knights are a mysterious army that attacked our digital city 30 years ago. And weren't they all captured in that battle? Captured most of them, but their leader, Crimson, escaped. Crimson and a group of their officers escaped to somewhere in Directory Continent. Let's see. Blood Knights led by Crimson are fiercely strong. The digital city has guard teams. Combine the power of the 3 guard teams, the Blood Knights are nothing to fear. Goldhawk Akira, you must seek and destroy the Blood Knights hiding in the domains. I love how he's just ignored us. It's like, yeah, you know those 3 teams? Yeah, just ignore those. You're going there by yourself. Have fun. Yes, sir, I'll get to it. Here, the Blood Knights are finally back again. Don't worry, I'll take care of them, sissy Blood Knights. By the way, I'll introduce you to a new kid who recently joined the Gold Hawks. Lucky Louie. This is Akira. He's not as good to me, but he's a pretty decent tamer. Please. Hi, I'm Lucky Louie. Nice to meet you. I'm going to train hard in order to become a cool tamer, just like you and Bertrand. Nice to meet you. Good luck. Well, this kid's got some potential, unlike someone I know. Yeah, Joy. He'll be a real tamer in no time. You better train hard so you don't fall behind Louie. Lucky Louie, let's go out and adventure in our domain. Roger, Bertrand. That kid is so dead. Gotta find his corpse somewhere. Bertrand, why can't you be nice to Kira? Besides, did you buy everything you'll need before leaving? Hey Bertrand, listen. These slow walking animations. It's like, man, you know what else we can make slow? All the cutscenes. Of course we can. Let's see if there's anything new now. Buy cell phones now. There we go. So you can buy the rank C gifts. I wonder if the digital or the device dome. I wonder if they sell rank C stuff for everything now. Might have some other stuff, but it's not gonna use any of this crap anyways. Some of the stuff might be good down the road, but at this point the game don't seem to be very important. Nothing new here. Something seems strange. The number of my items have been increasing without my knowledge. What are these junk parts? When did I pick them up? I don't remember. No idea. I hate this. Some random junk parts showing up in inventory. I don't have any. Some sort of bug thing. Oh, Alto, ID check. Sees a code red emergency status analysis. Security is very tight. You use your Digibeetle browser to check your ID. Checks out. You can pass. Dude, we're trying to leave, not come in. It's like you're trying to leave this building, this secure building. What are you doing? We're leaving. Not trying to go in, buddy. Let's see if Digimon Center change what they want. That's what someone's needed for. I'll train hard like you to be a good tamer. I'm gonna train hard to become... So I'll be ready to beat the Blood Knights. First I need to find out more about the Blood Knights, right? Megadramon for Nuemon. Wait, I was gonna say, like, I don't want to get a Nuemon. I think it's always the reverse. So you get a Megadramon if you trade in a Nuemon. So I guess if we find a Nuemon in the wild. So find a piece of ship. You get a Megadramon. Which one's the Megadramon again? I don't remember. They all sound the same, these names. Timers Club. This time the Blood Knights will all be coming to the city. What has Crimson been thinking, invading all those domains? What is he trying to do? Rumor has it their ancestors came from File Island. They escaped the Directory continent after losing an evil prince called Chaos Lord. This is true. Is File Island still under control of Chaos Lord? Have a bad feeling we're going to have to go to this File Island, aren't we? He asked me to stay with Palmon for a while and left. What was the point in teaching a Digimon to dance? But she was kind of cute. The prettiest Palmon. Dance, Palmon, dance. You get a Palmon so you can turn into that IV we saw in the intro, in the tutorial. Train ran out saying he's gonna get it before you do. Doesn't push himself too hard and do something dumb. So hot-headed. So these guys selling you new parts if I have to go to that device dome to get them. Only selling the device dome. It's kind of annoying. So you got a titanium core. Then I'll upgrade your Digibeetle from the steel to titanium type body. Wait up, engine in your Digibeetle can only work on a steel body. Take an upgrade to a Pegasus engine before you can upgrade to a titanium body. Come back here if you get a Pegasus engine. By the way, sure you go to a mechanic and put in Pegasus engine before coming back. Yeah, well, I don't have 20,000 bits. You know, there are 14,000 bits. Hopefully these areas drop more money. These ones, I'm assuming they're obviously going to be randomly generated again, so we're revisiting these. They're not the same as they were the first time. There's going to be more levels. Probably 9. Assuming it keeps the same pattern, plus 1 levels every time we kind of move to a next tier. But the being that oversees this world, they said this grand being controls everything about this world. Who is it? Could it be you? Oh, it's not the whale dude anymore. Where Garurumon? God damn these names. Where are my superpowers coming from? They're all from inside. This thing. Clockmon. Must keep time moving. Must control my own instincts. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Gives me exaggerated arm movements, whatever he's doing. It's better than the cutscenes, or the cutscenes are always walking like 1/4 of the speed. You always have to move all the way to an exit or something. It's so slow. Like everything else in this game. I guess we'll start with the Scuzzy, the one we started with at the beginning of the game. So we kind of type. I'm assuming each of these have kind of their main type again. Let's get virus types here. If I want virus types, I kind of want whatever I can get my hands on, I guess. But let's see if we can get ourselves like maybe like a high rookie type. Because the problem is, if you skip right to a champion type, then you're going to miss out on whatever abilities that previous type would have had. I guess I don't have any virus. I should go get some gifts. I do have that toy boat, but I kind of don't want to be using that. I'll go up a level just to see if they seem. Well, it's probably gonna take like 2 or 3 levels before they change types or change enemies, anyways. See if they stick to still being virus types, or if they switch it up with other types. I should have swapped Greymon with my new dude there. A bunch of gears of virus type, by the way. This is more like a data type than anything. Two of his abilities right now. He'll learn more. mean, you can change the order of these around, but man, that is awkward as hell. Something I didn't bring is any new missiles. We have one of each here. Until the game starts forcing you, I mean, so far we've only had one level where they actually force you to use a missile to bypass a trap. And those traps you can't, you know, it's not like mines where you can just step on them and take the damage. You have to get rid of them. Oh, it definitely will. Like, I feel like I'm barely scratching the surface of this game. 20 hours in, so... You were saying like 60, 70 plus hours. I can definitely see it. Especially with this super slow combat system. That is literally putting me to sleep. Must stay awake. Eyelids are getting heavy, I'll tell you that. Pepper breath. Is there any point in having Toy Flame and Pepper Breath? I guess we could try them both and see if they're basically the same thing. Dump one of them later. Damn it. And these landmines are dangerous at this point. To upgrade my landmine detector thingy, but I need to grind for that engine first. Like one more landmine, I'm basically dead. And then we're losing $1,000 if we do die. Damn you, damn you don't. These guys move fast. You get 2 moves for every move we do. Alright, let's see. Pepper Breath is more expensive, so I'm assuming it's going to do more damage. Attack the same enemy in C. Of course, it's going to be a little bit of RNG, but I guess we'll get a pretty decent idea if it's roughly the same or... like 10 damage more or whatever. 21 Toy Flame. Of course he's probably gonna level up, so that's gonna make that harder. I kind of have to do both in the same same fight. I mean, of course, using on a different enemy is not going to give me a good test here. Let's try it anyways. I don't know if this guy's more resistant or less resistant. Like even after a level up, it's not gonna be a huge change in damage output. Wait, dream. All these useless abilities. Start dumping some eventually. What's your number for this day? It's 5 in the morning. I haven't done much else. I play Monster Hunter. You know you're hooked when. Only how many hours have you dumped into Monster Hunter now? Too many or not enough? At least I'm sure Monster Hunter probably keeps you awake way more than this game does. Oh man, I am... I think I'm gonna try to finish this dungeon and that'll be it for every night, because god damn this game. Well, I mean, this one here you can easily just be dumped out of a dungeon because you don't have the right equipment. If you have the right missile or whatever and then blocks your path, well, you're kind of out of luck. Combat. The combat is very low impact, which makes you very tired. Versus Monster Hunter, you're constantly like actively attacking enemies. Breath, 23. Yeah, I mean, there's, I guess there's still grinding, but at least the battles are more exciting. 16, okay, so it does do a pretty decent more damage. Obviously there's some RNG there, so that might have been like a low attack with the toy flame and a high attack with the other one, but it's still a good 50% more damage for like 2 extra mana. Of course, it's just a tiny itsy bitsy sliver of health. I should have canceled just to see how much Waking Dream does in comparison, considering it's only 4 mana. Maybe I'll miss. No, I cutscenes. About 20 hours saved. Oh, at least 20 hours in Monster Hunter is can't be worse than this. It's just the utter like mindless chore of choosing some actions and then waiting. This one had the invisibility thing that was really annoying. With that, once you cast it, we're basically stuck. You can't kill them anymore. Monster Hunter kick the last couple weeks. Yeah, that's always the problem too. Sometimes with those kind of games, you play in like a big spurt. You just get sick of it. You play like a little bit at a time. You tend to enjoy it more. Yeah, Breath of the Wild that's another game I need to actually go and beat. But man, open world game is just no. I was able to beat like Super Mario Odyssey because that's not really open world. That one at least has kind of, you know, confined areas and challenges and stuff. But throw a big open world thing like Breath of the Wild, yeah, there's not enough hours in the day to go and beat a game like that for me. Spare time I have. Yeah, those ones sound like they require more of a group than anything. Like I'm assuming even on the PS2 version there was online play, I would imagine. But the PS2 online play was all there in that era, but I mean, it still existed. Automan, Seco Man, Beta Man. Yeah, well, especially the optional bosses, right? There's definitely some bosses that were designed to be played with multiplayer. Trying to kill them solo is, you know, extremely difficult, if not impossible. Yeah, exactly. That'll be fun for sure. One tiny sliver is like, man, I bet you that thing is almost dead to Automamon, sure enough. How did you play it? Did you play it on the PSP or? I missed. My thing's already dead. And a little tiny itsy bitsy sliver of health. Level up. Digimon's almost leveled up again. Thing over here. If it goes anywhere interesting. Definitely don't have anything to break up blue rock. Second gen game for the PSP, super cheap. Yeah, the PSP ones for the most part are. I mean, how many different variations of Monster Hunter games is there for the PSP? It was like Monster Hunter Freedom, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, Monster Hunter Freedom 2, Monster Hunter, like, I don't know, there's like 4 or 5 different variations of Monster Hunter. I don't know what the differences are between all of them. Some of them are probably like just kind of slight upgrades of other ones, and I haven't really looked into those too much yet, since they're so far away. Oh god, yeah. Japan just absolutely like ate up everything Monster Hunter. And the PSP obviously did quite a bit better in Japan. Shelved it out. Like Snuggamon, Clarigamon. Agwan group. There's a lot of bugs here. Oh shit. Tried to go diagonally. No. Taking a trip back to home base faster than I thought. Come on. Same group we fought in the, was it? No, it wasn't in this dungeon. I mean, we definitely didn't see, like, champion types in Scuzzy. It was one of the later dungeons, but... What floor are we on now? Like, 3? That means we're probably gonna see some pretty decent champion types in the, higher levels. Was us doing damage. Man, we did no damage. Still alive. Still alive. Super snap. Yep, I'll be on later tomorrow. If this energy bug snaps my strength as soon as I head to town, that's gonna be it for me tonight because I am like, I'm running on fumes. This game is not keeping me awake at all. Yeah, I did. I turned it into a Digimon, which I bred together. Our current Toyamon actually is the child of our Digimon with what I bred it with. I think the only vaccine types that I didn't pick up was that bird one. Yeah, that's the only one I can think off the top of my head that I didn't actually pick up. At least not, but I haven't gotten at some point. Not counting obviously the champion types. Digimon, yeah. That's the one. Like so far, all I've done is the vaccine types. Like only now that we have access to getting gifts that can get the other types. I haven't really worried too much about getting any other types until I level up these dudes first. Once they max out their level, then I'll worry about getting other types. I'm gonna start trying to breed other types together. Still isn't maxed out, so let's see if my hunch of him reaching level 21 is correct. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the worst part, is like, do you breed two things together, the parents disappear, and you're stuck with like a level 1 or level 11, I guess, if you happen to get two ultimates. Yeah, you have to kind of start over, and it definitely drags the game down significantly, especially with this extremely slow-paced combat. Oh yeah, the stats improved, but I mean, it's not like you're not getting in a stronger Digimon of the deal, but it definitely just slows down the progress so much more. Like when you get like a natural, like, you know, this Unimon I have is like a natural champion. You know, he has one ability and he has pretty shitty stats. I mean, Goramon, same level, or Gomamon, same level, but he's 3 generations in, I think. He's got like way more MP, you know, way more HP, and I'm sure the stats are like way better. Not even counting all the abilities he has in comparison. So it's kind of like night and day. But you know, the Yumamon being, if my hunch is correct, where you can level them up 10 times after picking them up. My hunch is correct. That means he's a good kind of base one to kind of level up, like a strong dude. So you can use them. So you can, you know, your strong dude might only get to like level 16 or something. And if you can get to level 21, well, you know, bam, you're gonna get a good chunk of levels by adding him. Yeah, I got the cure from the clear Agumon or whatever it is. I think he says White Hail. It's hard to tell sometimes with their thick accents. And of course, the volume discrepancy between the music and the vocals. It's like White Hail. White Halo. No, I didn't really have access to like easy ways of gathering any other Digimon until we opened up the drive, the device dock or device dome. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Now that we have the ability of picking up gifts for these other types, I'll gather some more. But right now I'm concentrating on getting these guys, and then I'll start getting more types. Like right now, I think the trade they're offering is Numamon for Mega Dremon or something. but I haven't seen a Numamon in the wild yet, so other than the boss fight. I'm sure there's like some virus types that turn into Numamon, but I don't want to have to start trying to breed them, or not breed them, try to digivolve them. I'm assuming Numamon's a champion type. I'm pretty sure it's a champion type. It was in Digimon World 1, so I can't see that changing. I'm sure we'll start encountering some, like, these dungeons here. This dungeon seems to concentrate mostly on the vaccine types. So I'm sure there's going to be like one of the 3 dungeons we have access to is probably the one that has a lot of virus types. Although no, there was virus types in the earlier part of this dungeon, so it doesn't need to be a mix. Yeah, so something like that would be worth it, right? But just getting a hold of a Numamon. Like if I had a bunch of virus types, I can, you know, level them up and breed them together and probably end up getting one at some point. It's just, you know. At this point, I've done enough of the vaccine types. I have a decent idea, not counting anything that requires special DP, but just for, like, you know, their base conversions from, you know, rookie to champion. I've got most of the vaccine types kind of mapped out. But once we start getting more and more DP, I'm sure we're gonna have access to more types. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we've gone through a couple dungeons with data types, but eventually have to pick up some data types. But oh, beautiful energy points. Rip energy. Yeah, I don't think we're being too far in this dungeon with the energy drain going on there. Looks like that 800 Yanamon data champion. Hotel data champion. Palmon. We don't have any data gifts. Oh, I'm fighting those two. Yep, back in Scuzzy. Right now it's more of just like some exploration, not like actively trying to do the dungeon. Just want to see what kind of Digimon we have in here, if there's any specific ones I want to gather. Yeah, might want to try to grab this champion one here, or maybe the Palmon. This thing just looks freaky. But I need to go buy some gifts first. Plus, we're doing a little bit of grinding to get enough money for that engine. We need 20,000 bucks for that engine. 12 levels, or level 12 there is pretty tough. Missed. Oh, he's already dead. Kind of hard to kill something that's already dead. Burn the plant. From RPG Quest. No, let's just say the Digimon World series hasn't really had a good start. Both 1 and 2 are both slogs in different ways. Is game canon? I don't know. I don't know what the canon of the Digimon universe is. I mean, this game doesn't really have much in the way of plot. It's more like this game is basically, you know, you're trying to. What is the plot really? I mean, you joined a team. You joined one of the guard teams, and there's, I mean, I guess there's this whole thing with the Blood Knights or whatever, kind of coming back. But at the beginning of the game, really, you're just some like rookie trainer that joins one of the guard teams in the city, and you're trying to, I don't know, stop bosses from taking over these domains or something. That's pretty much what this plot starts at. You know, there's something about the Blood Knights trying to make a comeback or something. I don't know. The plot's pretty much bleh, so. It's definitely not super super interesting. This mighty Legomon. Gotta make sure you don't step on them because it hurts like hell if you do. It's like instant death to any Digimon that step on them. It's just really hard to get underneath their feet. The weirdest thing is he goes from this to like a lion. It's a really weird Digivolution. They don't seem to make a lot of sense. It's taking a little nap here. bottle. I can't wait to get rid of Unimon. So I'm only using it as some fluff to add extra levels at this point. It's the only thing that these wild champions are good for. Leveling up your dudes. They're actually strong dudes. Well, stronger dudes. Things are tanky. He is level 12, so she's the highest level thing I've seen so far, not counting bosses. What level is this in the dungeon? Like 4? The higher levels in this dungeon must have some pretty tough enemies, which also means the enemies that would be good to capture. This one is, what, data type? I mean, I don't know if I'd want a dragonfly. It's a champion type too, so it's like a pretty boring champion type. But... level up. Alright, see if Goemon hit the maximum level. So if my guessing is correct, that's from previous experience. So level 13 plus level 13 breeding together got me a level 15 maximum level. This one, Goemon, was a combination of level 15 and 14. I'm estimating is going to be 17. Yep. Alright, so far that matches my theory. Plus 2 levels higher than your highest level in the previous. See if that holds true later on, but so now we probably want to breed him with. So if that's the case, then you know if we breed him with with Unimon, once Unimon maxes out his level, which if I'm also correct on this might be level 21 because we got this guy at level 11. And with at least with the lower level guys we picked up, they seem that they can level up 10 more times before they reach maximum level. So this guy at least will be able to transform into an ultimate. Not that it matters, because if we combine it with a champion, it's just going to become a rookie anyways. It's going to go down to level 1, but that also means that I'd probably be able to bring it up to level 23, which means I'd be able to turn this one, once it, you know, levels up again, to a ultimate. So Toyagmon. So this one was a combination. I didn't write down who the what level the parents were. I think Angemon and Frigimon were both level 14, so this one could probably go up to level 16. Maybe. And of course I can combine somebody with Metal Greymon at some point. Middle Greymon sucks. He's got some nice abilities, but we probably won't be able to unlock those abilities again until we reach ultimate status again, which is going to take a long time. We got a lot of grinding to get level 1 up to level 21. Traps. Probably gonna have to start picking up some of these trap destroying items here. What level was that? So we were getting. Oh, okay, maximum was level 9 or 6. Huh? It wasn't 6 the maximum level when we came here the first time? No, it wasn't 6. Alright, so my guess is this would have been level 9 for the boss. Was quite incorrect. No, I don't think it was. Was it level 6 first time we came? What discussed me? There's another stairs up. It just gives you the same. The Numamon. Capture one of these and then trade it in for that Mega Dramon thing. We have that toy boat. We can't capture this one, but there's gonna be more of these. Problem is, it was just in the right spot where you can't go into the room and use something against it, so they do that in the other rooms where you can't really throw something at it before you actually meet it. You can't capture it. It sucks. Counterattack these guys have. I'm too confused. No more direct attacks for him. Counter-attacking enemies are going to be the worst ones to fight. It's kind of hard to fight them without taking damage. I'm assuming you can't interrupt counterattack, because his counterattack's one of those weird ones. It's kind of a weird design, really. Like, if you use counterattack, if you're attacked in battle, I haven't actually measured, but it seems like you do more damage if you counterattack an enemy, but you only have one counterattack. If nobody hits you, then you still get to do the damage to the enemy at the end of the battle, but with less damage. But how it should work is that counterattack should be like you counterattack every time, but you do like the same amount of damage, like a weaker damage, but you can counterattack multiple times. I guess it would kind of suck for attacking an enemy with counterattack though. But feel like a cosplaying Pikachu's cosplaying as Batman. What the hell was that? Alright, we definitely don't want to capture that one ever. That's its ability. Why the hell would you want to damage your own dude? Seems odd. Battle is just taking longer and longer and longer. We need to get some good Digimon soon. This guy hits level 11. Go back to town. I highlight out the boss floor anyways, so that's sort of green outline thing. And maybe it is. We are fighting higher level enemies. Higher level enemies that we fought in the end areas of the other dungeons. So. Hit our own dudes here. Or hit ourselves. I guess you can hit yourself if you're confused. Seems strange. Yes, you did. New Mamon for you. This is one of those like shitty ones you get, no pun intended, in Digimon World 1. It's usually the first one you get if you don't know what you're doing, like me at the beginning of the game, where you realize how to really like raise Digimon. So yeah, he's pretty much like he's like the worst one to get basically. Strong attack. You're gonna hit yourself in the face again. Let this confusion go away. Oh. Stop hitting yourself. Stupid unicorn. That's pretty impressive. You can use an air shot on yourself. Like you shoot it so hard it went around the world. Is he confused too? God damn it. Why is everybody confused? Alright, nobody move. Fusion is annoying as shit. You missed the super awful... Off film... So... yeah, it's that game. One of the Angelmon or Togemon. Well, I got the Angelmon pretty easily. Thanks for the business, Christopher. Yeah, got a whole party in this one. But the combat in this one is so slow. My god, it's so slow. But Angelmon is pretty easy to get. You need a Crystalmon. He turns into an Angelmon. I guess no. This is the unicorn one. I'm assuming there's. I mean, it's a unicorn with wings, you know. 'Cause, of course, all horses have wings. I'm assuming I guess this is probably like an ultimate or mega. This one's definitely not badass. I'm assuming he probably eventually turns into one, but he's gonna cap out before he gets that far, I think. No, this guy turns into the Leomon once he digivolves. He's like a 3rd or 4th generation now. The way you digivolve in this one is annoying. So anytime you level up your dudes, there's usually a level cap that they hit, depending on what level they started at, and depending on their parents. So if you get a wild Digimon, it's so far I'm not 100% sure, but from what I've gathered is that you can level them up to 10 times after you pick them up. So if you pick them up at level 5, they're gonna get to level 15. If you pick them up at 11, they'll hit 21. I'm assuming. Still haven't fully tested that, but that's what it seems. Once they hit level cap, or at any point, if you can DNA digivolve them, they have to be at least a champion rank or higher. And so you take 2 Digimon. You digi DNA them or whatever. Peebs, thanks for the host. Welcome, Peebs. Welcome, player. Welcome to this game, which is horrible. Explain all these things. So you choose 2 of them. Those 2 disappear, so you lose those Digimon, and they combine together into their baby or whatever. I don't know exactly how it determines what the offspring is going to be, like what type of Digimon is going to be, but you get some Digipoints. It seems like it takes the highest one of the parents and it adds 1 to that. So if you have a Digimon that has like 2 Digipoints and one has 0, your resultant offspring is going to have 3 Digipoints. Thanks to the host, Christopher. How's it going, Peebs? Are we playing some more Slayers today? How's that game coming along? Yeah, so this is a pretty confusing system. And then so the level cap, if your 2 parents, from what I've seen so far, and I'm still doing some testing on this, but from what I've gathered information-wise so far, the highest level of the 2 parents. Now I don't know if this is the maximum level that they can have or their current level. I haven't tested. I usually don't do this until they hit maximum level. The offspring is going to be able to go to the maximum level of whichever the parent has the highest maximum level plus 2. So in a case like this guy here, who just hit maximum level, so he's at 17 because his next level is like 9999999. So if I breed him with, and when you breed them together, you're going to go down to the rank below whichever the one lowest of your parents are. So if you have a champion, and if you breed 2 champions, you're going to get a rookie. So they're going to go, the offspring's going to start at level 1. If you have 2 ultimates, it's going to go down to a champion, so it's going to go down to level 11 for the offspring. If you have an ultimate and a champion, you'll get a rookie, so again you get a level 1. So it's going to go down like 1 rank below the lowest parent. So in this case, this guy's maxed out, so I can't level him up anymore. He's a champion type, so if I breed this guy with anything, it's going to turn into a rookie. But he's going to get all the abilities of the parents although not right off the bat. He'll learn them as he levels up. Like abilities that require champion level, he's only gonna learn them as he gets champion. And he doesn't learn them all in one shot. He'll just, after a couple levels, he'll learn them all. And he'll get some stat gains. I mean, this guy's already a couple generations in. You can see his stats. I mean, he's level 17. Compare that to Metal Greymon, who's like first generation. He doesn't have, this is like a wild one we picked up. This guy's level 23, and you can see, he's more than 5 levels below him, and he's got like 40 HP more. He's got like 40 MP more. Stats 75, 73, 56. 58, 60, 37. So he's got way better. Like he's way better in every way. He's 5 levels below. So yeah, you do get a more powerful Digimon. So it's crazy. Yeah, it seems like an interesting game, Slayer's one. I mean, I guess not surprised never got localized stateside, even though we did get the anime. I still have the box of the anime, but it's pretty cool. I do, but it doesn't seem like it matters. Like when you breed, it tells you. Like when you choose your 2 Digimon, it tells you what you're gonna get. And I don't think mistakes can happen. But there is the digital points, or the Digipoints, which don't show up here. They only show up when you Digivolve. But that one supposedly should change things. I don't know if it changes things when you breed them, or only when you Digivolve them. So I imagine it's more of a Digivolve thing. But like last time I Digivolved a Toy Agumon, for example, he turned into a Leomon. I think this guy has 2 Digipoints right now, so I guess we'll find out. He actually just hit level 11, so I gotta go back to town and I can Digivolve him now. So we'll see if he turns back into a Leomon or if he turns into something else. Yeah, Metal Greymon is normally good, but the first generation one kind of sucks, stat-wise. Okay, I'm losing my voice now. Yeah, Frigimon is like he's basically like a bear. He's like a bear that's like all white. Alright, so we're gonna go back to town. Unimon's out of MP anyways. He hasn't hit max level. I'm assuming max level for him is going to be 21, which means I'll be able to actually turn him into an ultimate. I can probably combine Unimon and Metal Greymon, but the resultant offspring of this is going to be pretty shitty, considering I'm not going to have any abilities. Actually, I wonder what would happen in that case. I'm assuming, yeah, if they go down to like a rookie, well, they wouldn't go to rookie, they would go to champion. Whatever champion they turn into, I'm assuming I'll get the ability that the champion would have. If, like, let's say both parents happen to... Well, I guess I would have at least Unimon's champion ability. But I'm kind of curious what would happen if you took 2... Let's say you took 2 wild champions that only have a champion ability, because they only start with whatever ability they get. And then you breed them together and they turn into a rookie. Since neither parent has a rookie ability with the... I'm assuming the rookie you turn into would have to be given a rookie ability. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use them. You wouldn't be able to attack and all. It'd suck. Robot Unicorn? Don't think I have, no. So yeah, let's go back to town. I'll be able to fight the boss anyways, even if we're... I mean, it looks like we're at the boss level. I mean, we were level 6. I figured it'd be level 9, but I guess since we're revisiting old areas, we don't go up to level 9. How much money do we have? Probably nowhere near the 20,000 we need for that engine. That's another thing that sucks in this one. There's a lot of grinding for money, a lot of grinding for levels. It's just so much grinding in this game. It's just grinding the game. Yeah, 11 6,000, which is way off. Yeah, I mean, well, the fact that each Digimon game is like completely different. I mean, this one is nothing like Digimon World 1 in any way, other than, you know, the fact that they have the Digimon. It's like you got like a roguelike in this one that plays more like Evolution. So you got like kind of a roguelike, randomly generated dungeons with traps and stuff like that. But then you have kind of a JRPG style combat system, so just like Evolution on the Dreamcast. And then of course Digimon World 1 is like a Tamagotchi combined with an RPG. It's weird. Digimon World 3 supposedly is more like a standard JRPG. Digimon World 4 is like a Diablo clone or something. Like, that's one of the problems with Digimon World series. They tend to have like an identity crisis. It doesn't have an identity. It's just a weird mix of games with these characters in them. I mean, I guess it's good if you like Digimon and you want to try different games, but like none of them seem to be like none of them. Like the two I played so far seem to be pretty crap. In different ways. Like this one, you know, the overall game isn't bad. It's just so slow and like so grindy. Like even if they just improved the combat so it wasn't this slow, it would be a little more bearable. I could bear, you know, the grindiness a little bit more, but combined with the really grindy nature of it, plus the really slow combat, it's gonna be fun. And we're like 20 hours into it, and it feels like I'm barely scratching the surface. I mean, other than the wild ultimate I found, you know, I don't have any ultimates. I'm kind of getting close to getting ultimates, but we still have megas to go through. Still gotta get to level 31s. Yeah, that wildfire thing, man, that must have been fun to go through. AC is fixed, well that's important. I'm sure it's probably a sweltering heat over there at this time of year. Yeah, and fridge is important too, I guess. Kinda need, you know, something to store food in. Last time's come to defeat the Blood Knights. Make sure you get them good, real good. I wish I was going with you. Alright, so let's see if we still get a Leomon with Toy Agumon. I think he was, yeah, he's DP2. Yeah, still gets, still turns into Leomon, DP2. Well, let's do it. Yeah, and sometimes these digital versions doesn't make sense. You went from like Legomon to like this buff lion dude. Like it's like the least sensical Digivolution ever. Like how the hell you turn from Lego to this? Lycramon. Small variety store would have 5 games that would rent out. Who are the owners though? Oh yeah. 4 or 5 months to search out the games. That's one way of doing it, I guess. Tekken, NHL, MLBs. Eve's Odyssey. Yeah, I guess out of those choices, I mean... Evolution is covered in the AG. You're right. That makes perfect sense. Makes so much sense too, because I mean they obviously can't call him Legomon because of copyright issues. I wonder if in Japanese version Toymon or Toy Agumon would, or if they actually called him like Lego Agumon or something. I wouldn't be surprised. Or just Legomon. not gonna DNA digivolve anything yet, but just that curiosity. Let's go to another toy Agumon again. Gomamon. Gomamon turns into Tortumon. At least the last one did. I don't know if some more. So I'm curious if we do like 2 DP plus 2 DP, if we get 3 DP or do we get 4 DP? I wonder if it adds them together. Because I have tried, let's say 2 plus 0, and it gives you 3. So it definitely adds 1, at least 1. But I don't know if you just, if there's any point in adding like 2 plus 2. Or if that's like a waste, you only get 3. So we can save and find out. These furniture zeros broke down during 4th of July sale. Nice. That's a good time for it to break down of all times, eh? Yeah. It's like win-win. This guy kind of like stop us from entering every time we go into this place. It's gonna get annoying. This is one of those newfangled ones that automatically orders stuff from Amazon when you run out. God, those things sounds like the stupidest thing ever. Stainless steel, nice, don't stick to it. I can't remember if stainless steel is magnetic or not. Yeah, I mean, it just needs to keep food cold, alright? It's the job of a fridge, who cares what, here's what it looks like. Reload after this. $94. Yeah, it's probably time to change. If it was from 74, it would have been beige or wood grain. Oops. Let's see how many DP points this thing has. Let's hope it like adds them and doesn't just give you +1, whatever the highest does. Because that'd be a real waste of, like, if you happen to have like 2 really good ones you want to combine together and you're like just getting 1 extra point. Yeah, so it seems like it just takes whatever you have and just adds 1, whatever the highest is. So yeah, you're better off to add, or to take a level 2 and add like a level 0 to it. So tried for science. Okay, this one doesn't have like a soft reset. No soft reset on this one. A hard reset. Still going at it? Yeah, well, I don't give up. But man, this game is not keeping me awake. Yeah, Digimon, I'm pretty sure that's what it was originally. It was like those kind of Tamagotchi things, but you could like combine them together and fight. It was like a battling Tamagotchi kind of thing. I still haven't met this guy yet. He seems like he's a rookie. I mean, he looks. Haven't seen a wolf dude either, but I mean that's probably an ultimate. Yes, there's barcode battlers. Oh, badass Digimon and Kefka. I mean, I'm assuming Kefka is like an upgraded version of that Wizardmon or whatever. We get there's a Super Famicom barcode battler. It's crazy. Baseball game, wow. Where you just like scan random barcodes and it adds different members to your team or something. New barcodes don't work with it, really? That's weird. I mean, you would think they would just use the numbers to create like a random thing. I mean, the games definitely did. I don't know if I don't know when the Digimon like actual like Tamagotchi things came out. I mean, they were obviously different markets, right? You had Pokemon was, you know, kind of card game, and then Digimon was like those digital Tamagotchi thingies. And then, of course, when Pokemon came out of the game and became like super mega popular, Digimon's like, oh man, we better we better jump on that bandwagon. Digimon toys came out in '97. Oh, there you go. Oh yeah, Pokemon definitely took a while to get released stateside. Tamagotchi had 7 possible items you can get. 6 were in the package, 7th was a mystery. Keep hatching, raising it. Oh yeah. Never got it? No, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, Digimon toys would have been pretty cool. Especially, you know, those kind of like the Tamagotchi craze that hit, but hey, this is like a cooler Tamagotchi. We can get a badass monster out of it. It's like a win-win thing. The video games, on the other hand, yeah. Yeah, like the Digimon or Pokemon games definitely came out first. But then they kind of catered to different audiences, right? I mean, Pokemon was the portable system game where you're going to trade with friends. Digimon, I mean, I don't think there's any way of actually trading. I mean, there's the Digimon Center, but you're not trading with other like memory cards or anything like that. So, as far as I'm aware, you can't trade Digimon in any way in this one. Like versus battles or something. I remember seeing that in the manual somewhere. Yeah, versus battle mode. Yeah, so you can battle your friends with, I guess, if your friend brings their memory card, but there's no trading. Battler is bigger in Japan. Oh yeah. Yeah, so that would make sense. Easier to do in Japan, I guess. Oh, the good old days, right? leveling up this guy. So definitely not going to be combining these two together because I'd be wasting a digital point there. So let's see, Gomamon's already maxed out, so let's keep him in the back row for now. And try to max out Unimon to get him to level 21, assuming that's going to be his maximum level. I can combine him with one of those two to make something that will hopefully get us to at least 23, 24, 23. Different vending machines. Oh yeah, Japan has like so many weird vending machines, and you know, not like the weird ones you find in back alleys or anything, but just like super advanced, you know. You could, you know, go to a machine, get some ramen, and there's a couple things like that in North America, but definitely a lot less, a lot more common in Japan. See these weird machines that do things that you wouldn't expect, you know, a vending machine to do. So we should go grab one of these Numamons. Assuming they can still trade Numamon from Metadremon here. Monster Rancher. Monster Rancher is the one where you pop in like different discs to get like monsters or something, wasn't it? Or the CDs, yeah. That would have been kind of cool. How's it going, Senpai? I'm wondering if the gimmick works on the PS3. I have a lot of discs to try it with. This. I don't think I've seen that one. I'm aware of it, but I haven't seen it. Wait, about the shop. We need the virus type gifts. Everyone looks exactly the same. You know, I'm sure the Hollywood magic of, you know, plastic surgery probably has something to do with that. It's like Keanu Reeves doesn't age. Those jeans. Well, there may be a lot of makeup too. I mean, Hollywood magic. Just gotta peel off, you know, peel off more and more as you get older. PlayStation run demo disc. Did you make a monster? Oh yeah. So I had the monster creation thing, but you couldn't actually use it. That's pretty cool. Michael Bolton CD. Oh, they're bringing out a Monster Rancher too. I'm sure she's aged like fine cheese. Sorry for borrowing the generator parts, not asking. Nothing new here. Let's see. It's painfully adorable. Alright, so it looks like they don't get the you don't get the C rank stuff, so only the D rank stuff. But you know, it's better than nothing. So Numamon, we're probably gonna need at least 4 of these. Because last time we tried to get a champion with the vaccine gifts, we needed like 4 of these to get the bigger heart. We get 5 just to be absolutely certain we get it. What's with these junk parts? The dude was mentioning just something of these junk parts. They sell them? But the Megadramon, well, I mean, it wasn't randomly, it was, the game kind of like showed him off, and then you were able to catch him later on in the level. And they gave you like a toy plane, which is like a rank A gift that, you know, works on all Digimon. So they basically kind of gave you the opportunity of catching it. But I mean, he sucks. Like just as a, like, stat-wise, he's pretty shitty. Hey, thanks for the bits. But I mean, obviously, he's got the level, and he's got some nice abilities. If I can transfer these techs to another Digimon, this Hornbuster is really powerful. Seems to do a pretty good amount of lowering the offensive damage. I have something similar on Gomamon, but it's much weaker. Electroshocker. So I mean, I could probably combine 2 ultimates, but if I combine 2 ultimates, it just makes a champion, which should be pointless, because I mean, if I combined Unimon, once that thing becomes a champion, assuming he gets to level 21, well, see, that's gonna be a question, because if Unimon can get to level 21, we can only get to level 21, and so if I digivolve it, it'll be level 20. It'll be a level 21 ultimate. But because it's already max level, it won't be able to learn any more abilities, so it won't actually be able to get its ultimate ability. So that kind of sucks. Right now we're revisiting some dungeons we visited before. We're in the Scuzzy, Drive, and Video, maybe? Should we revisit those ones? Which kind of sucks, the fact that we're revisiting previous dungeons. It's like, alright. So much for, like, having a good idea of how far along in the game we are. So revisiting, yeah, Video, Scuzzy, and Disc. Which probably means we're going to revisit other dungeons down the road. Oh, first time playing this one. Definitely not long. Definitely not a short-term fan of this game. This game is very slow and plodding. A little too slow. Much too slow. I don't know how much damage those red ones do. Kind of scared to find out. I guess I can dankingly go on the blue and the purple. Zero-term fan, yeah, pretty much right. You know, it wouldn't be so bad if the combat was just not this slow. The combat is just so slow in this, and the whole grinding aspect doesn't help things. It feels like you're just barely making any progress in this game most of the time. Just little tiny baby steps everywhere. 21 hours in, I feel like I'm almost just as powerful as I was 10 hours in. It's I'm playing it on PS3. From what I hear of people playing this on the original hardware, it's basically the same thing on the original hardware. Whenever you're doing battles, the game goes to higher resolution mode, which is a good thing I'm playing on PS3, because if I was playing on original hardware, my capture card would freak the hell out. And it seems like wireframes, it's perfectly fine when there's no wireframes. Even you have the back view where you see all your characters. But as soon as you go to any sort of wireframes on there, it's just like, the music slows down. Like the menus seem to be fine, but obviously the slowdown wouldn't affect the menus too badly. But he hasn't gotten his Hadouken back yet. He's gonna get his Hadouken once I get my Lion Fist once he levels up or whatever. He literally says Hadouken. Run away! Run away! Digimon cool? I don't know. His one ability is... I mean, he's got a counterattack ability, which is pretty meh. From what I can tell, it's like, if you use it and you're attacked, you're going to do some damage to the enemy that attacked you. A little bit more damage than you would do if you weren't attacked. And if nobody attacks you at the end of the battle, then you kind of do like a lesser damage version of the attack. Yeah, so you can see whenever there's wireframes, it just, the music like slows down. Like the menus, I don't know, like it's kind of hard to notice with the menus, since it's like the menus are still usable, so slowdown doesn't really affect the game at all. It's just the music. Struggles. I'm curious if, like a digital version of this game. I don't know if this game is available digitally on the PlayStation Store, but more of a digital version versus the disc version would load faster. Hey, Varys, how's it going? Yeah, Leomon's like a third or fourth generation? I lost track. I think it's third generation now breeding, so he's got a lot of abilities from his previous generations. And he hasn't relearned his champion abilities yet. Once he levels up there, he's gonna learn a couple of them over the next couple of levels, I guess. That's your bedtime, you want to sleep? You have to get up to turn the lights off. Yeah, I know that feeling. That's the worst thing. It's like, God damn it, I wish I had the clapper. That's a sentiment that you'd never hear at any other point in history. Great mind thinks alike. Gotta love the clapper. I think it should totally have fallen in there. Alright, get some Numemons. Why not both? Get a tree dude. But do we have... Yeah. Do we have room for an extra Digimon here? Good, we do good. Good thing before I started wasting all my shit and then like realized I can't even grab them. Yeah, it's the closest game I can compare it to is the Evolution games on Dreamcast. So you get like randomly generated dungeons, but the combat happens in like a JRPG style. But you have randomly generated dungeons with traps and, you know, items and stuff like that, and chests. So there's no like randomness to the items or whatnot. Alright. Need to get a little more room so I can capture those guys. That's the problem with capturing any of these in small rooms. What's this thing? First week of the new job, nice. How's it going? Enjoying it, hopefully? Okay, well, if I move, and now both are going to attack. I need to get into the room and be able to throw items at them to grab them. Digimon. Yeah, training's always sucks. Yeah, apparently next order is, I'm not sure if it's like a direct sequel or it's definitely similar in style to Digimon World 1. But all the Digimon worlds are basically completely different. Digimon World 1 is completely different from 2, totally different from 3, and extremely different from 4. The only thing that ties them together is the fact that there's Digimon. Tech support, yay. That's always good. Kill the Palmon. Punch him with your pepper breath. Buster. Navy does lots of damage. Drop this guy. After lowering the damage, it still did 10 damage. Yeah, it's like a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. But as you can see, the battle in this game is just so slow. This guy. I want to get one of those Numamons before I fall asleep here. Trade it for Megadramon or whatever. So weird how the voices like just don't seem to match. Like it's just the trainer that says them. But then you have like you have kind of an adult voice and you have like a kid voice. You know, like the bigger Digimons there that have like the kid voice. It just sounds very out of place. Level up. Fist of Fate and Beast King Fist. Choose them all. Where am I going here? It's the dead end. Finding this guy. I'll see if I can go around to the other side of those Numamons, but I don't think the game's gonna let me here. Yeah, Beast King Fist kind of sucks in this one. Run away. This time I failed to run away. I guess they get a free turn if we fail to run away. It's a counterattack one, so there's three different types of abilities. You have your standard direct attack ones, you have interrupt ones, and you have counterattack ones, and you have assist ones. Assist ones are like heals, buffs, that kind of stuff. Direct attack ones are obvious. Interrupt ones, the way they work is you choose an interrupt one, and when an enemy has a turn, you have a choice of interrupting them. Any of your current dudes that you choose, they've chosen to be able to interrupt can then be chosen to have their attack go off first, and usually that attack will have some sort of debuff. For example, the one I have on Metal Greymon will lower the attack power of that attack, so it does damage to the enemy, plus it lowers their attack power, so it's kind of a win-win. And of course, you get your attack off, or they get their attack off, which means you have a chance at killing them off first. It's good for those slow Digimon, like Metal Greymon, because you know, as soon as the enemy gets their turn, you can get that attack off. And then the counterattack one seems to be the weakest one of all. So the way it seems to work is that once you activate it, if you're attacked during the round, they'll counterattack with the attack and you'll do more damage. I'm not sure, it's probably like 1.5 times or something. I haven't really calculated it, but if you're not attacked, you'll still attack at the end of the turn. Once everybody has their turns, you'll still attack if nobody attacked you, but you're gonna do like regular damage or whatever. For the interrupt one, if let's say you choose not to interrupt, or let's say an enemy misses your attack, you might not actually get your interrupt off, in which case you wasted your turn, right? So it does add a little bit of complexity to the combat, but I mean, you need to have the attacks. Like, see, this guy only has this one attack, But once you start breeding your guys together, then you get a whole bunch of attacks like he has. So he's got this counterattack one, he's got this cure, most of the other stuff. He doesn't have any interrupt ones, but light speed punch. I'll use the interrupt attack on him. So interrupt is really good when you're fighting enemies that have potentially dangerous attacks. Like this one, this guy has this poison ivy one, which is kind of annoying. So I can does pretty good damage. So I can decide to interrupt them, and so I get my attack off first, do some damage, and lower the amount of damage he does with it. Those interrupt ones seems to be the most powerful abilities, but they're relatively uncommon. I've only seen 2 so far. Mind you, counterattack, I've only seen 1, but overall the counterattack ones seem to do less damage. And I guess could potentially do more damage, but the problem with the counterattack is you don't really control who you attack. It's whoever attacks you first will get attacked, so it's not to be able to control who you do damage to. Kind of sucks. And of course there's like, you know, group attacks that'll hit multiple enemies. There's also kind of random attacks. There's I'm not sure if it's him that has it, but it's the other dude that's in my back row that I'm not using right now. He has an ability like a shock one that will hit a random enemy, so you can't really control. In a way, that could be good if you're fighting, because this game is like the original Final Fantasy. If you have 2 dudes attacking one enemy, but then, you know, your first guy kills off the enemy, and the second guy gets his turn, well, he'll automatically miss. He won't switch targets. So abilities like the lightning one, which targets a random enemy, will automatically target a living enemy, won't target a corpse. So it's a slight advantage to that over the other ones, but it's only one ability I've seen so far that targets a random enemy. Let's guard. Yeah, and if you guard, of course you'll take less damage, but you also regenerate a little bit of mana. Best note too, yeah, I'm about to pass up myself. This game is, I mean, this combat does not keep you awake very well. It's not very high impact. The music does not help things at all either. The music in this is just so repetitive and sleepy. Must resist urge. I want to try to get my Numamon before I pass out. If I can get to the damn thing. My problem is he's in a really small room, so it's gonna be hard to throw enough stuff at him to get him to want to join us. I mean, you pretty much can spam A, but it's just having to wait. Like, you press a button and, like, you know, once combat starts, you gotta wait like a minute before your next turn happens. If it's 3-on-3, if you have 3 dudes and they have 3 dudes, you're literally waiting like over a minute per round. Man, battle's just so slow. Especially these animations, like it's so unpolished. Like if they took a little more time to make, you know, the combat nice and fast. Not have these like nasty load times for attacking. Not having superfluous like attack things. Like I don't need to have this attack thing. Like, yeah, I see him on the screen. I know he's attacking. Why say attack, just go right to Fist Fury. Saves like 5 seconds right there. No, you gotta be aware that he's attacking. Because, you know, that's why he's on screen. It's clearly loading, like, it seems like it's loading the audio clip, but, you know, if the game was programmed well, it would have been able to maybe preload these audio clips into memory. There's only 6 dudes maximum. But I guess, yeah, each of them have multiple abilities, so, yeah, you can't really preload that stuff. It'd be too much audio to preload, but I don't know. Yeah, Chrono Cross I beat a while back. It was a fantastic game. Someone had way too many characters to choose from, though. Capture this. I don't think we'll be able to capture these Numemons easily here. Because even if we get behind them, I mean, there's not enough room to throw items at them. So let's go to the next level and see. Hopefully they show up there too. Actually, when we reached the 6th floor last time, were they on the 6th floor? I don't know. Let's see, maybe some more in this area. Digimon is running away from us. I was assuming I'll be able to go behind. As soon as I walk in here, both of them are going to attack me, so. I won't be able to grab them anyways. So let's just go to the next floor and there's some that show up there. Otherwise we have to come back in here to try to get these newer mons. And X like that, X is left. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing with a game like that. I mean, you could kind of build your party however you want. You know, there's obviously like, you know, some party layouts that are slightly better than others, but I mean, the game doesn't really punish you for choosing to make a party the way you want. It's not like, oh my god, you know, this one's just so much better that these ones are just absolute trash. Like, you could beat the game with any party layout you want. Choose whoever you like. Oh, come on, Bitbug, really? Well, so we're leaving this place. Here's one that's just gonna steal your cash. Well, so we're gonna get Numemon, but I guess we'll have to do that tomorrow because I am exhausted. I'll have to try to capture this Numemon. No way, no, I'm going around this level losing my cash. Bitbug, man, I'm gonna have to get a missile against that. Alright, just gonna have to grind a lot too. Just, man, still so far away from getting the 20,000 E for that engine. Can you even get any money in that run? I mean, I killed a few fights, but fights are taking so long now. We have some decent Digimon, but it still feels so weak. Ah well. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna stop the timer there. I'm gonna have to call it there for tonight. So tomorrow I'll be back on, but I'll probably be back on a little bit later in the afternoon. I'm gonna spend some time with the nephew. Do a bunch of stuff in the morning. But I'll probably be on a little later in the afternoon. We'll play some more of this fantastic game. Need some sleep. Maybe I'll be more awake. But that was a bug. There's bugs. Like normally there's you can see them, but I guess my sensor didn't catch that. So those little holes in the ground. Some bugs steal your energy. I guess there's some that steal your money. I'm sure there's probably some that steal your health and some other stuff. You can get things to counter that, but you have to get special like missiles you have to use, so you have to spend money on these things, and of course inventory space, which even if the 24 item thing is still getting kind of tight when you start to have to carry all these things around with you. So bugs are bad. So I'll have to upgrade my radar, but I gotta save up for that engine first and go from there. But yeah, we'll call it there for tonight. So yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. We'll play some more of this wonderful game. Let's see who's streaming tonight. Oh, we got Super Derek RPGs playing some Trails of the Sky. So I guess we'll host them up and go from there. So in the meantime, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed some more Digimon goodness. And hopefully we'll get some ultimates tomorrow. We're getting close. Thanks again for the bits, Christopher. Great night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.